Let me show you how to build a full stack node app from beginning to end. I don't care if create, read, get, post, put, delete doesn't make sense. I got you. By the end of this class, you'll be able to build a full stack web application. All the code and all the help you need is available on our Discord, leonnoel.com/discord. Let's get into it. Yeah. Hey,
does this work? Does this work?
Let's go. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. No matter where you're coming from, let's go. Am I late, Aaron? Nah, you're just in time. Let's go. How's everybody doing? Welcome through. Rascal 2 at the raid. 27 before stream. Let's go. Turn up. Alrighty, folks. We're getting into it. We're getting right into it. I'm going to keep the chit chat to a minimum tonight. We're going to do some celebrations. We got a bunch of jobs that came through, so I'm going to throw up the ones I can. We're going to just do a quick celebration, quick thank you, and then right into the CRUD. We've been we've been delayed a little bit, and so I want to get right into it. I want to make sure that we go over this to-do list, this CRUD app, get through it, really go into detail, ask any questions you have, and then we're going to add the layers, folks. We're going to add MVC to it, which is some of your reading for homework tonight. Then we're going to add authentication to it. And then you can build anything. You can build anything. Once you can do the authentication, there's nothing stopping you. Nothing stopping you from building whatever the heck you want. All right, folks. Glad you're here. Let's do that. Let me get the little Leon here. Always like to ask some questions. We'll do one question tonight. Always got to start with a question. One question, and then right into celebrations, right into CRUD. We called in the big guns. Chill Billy, hey, thank you for the gifted subs. Pulled in the big guns. Needed some help. I was working hard. In the agency. I was working hard in the agency, but need a little help, so we called in Grandma. So Grandma's here tonight. Grandma's helping us out. So we'll get through a full class tonight. We're gonna do all right. All right. We pulled in the big guns. So we're set for tonight. We're getting through this CRUD. We're getting through this application. We're gonna make it happen. Thank you, Grandma. Exactly. All right. I want to answer one question, then we're gonna get into it. How long will class be today? We're going to go normal time, about 3 hours. Try and go as deep as we can with this CRUD. If there's more questions, good. If we finish a little early, that's all right. Definitely going over time. Nah, we're going to be good. Felt so good after completing the simple CRUD app. Hope you felt that too. Bots in there said, just getting into coding. Are all the previous videos on YouTube? Absolutely. You can do !YouTube. When you do that, you'll see all of our past videos on there, and all the materials, everything's on Discord. Shout out to the catch up crew for folks that are working through those videos, and shout out Rascal 2. Rascal 2, who did the raid today. I don't know if you noticed, but every single YouTube video, they do the timestamps for us. I appreciate it. All right. We got our question. Let's get right into it. Checking in. When I sent the Discord message today, I linked the wrong tweet. So if you're trying to check in, you can do !check in. When you do that, you'll get the link to the tweet today. And so make sure you go ahead and like and retweet that. That's how I know that you're here. That's how I take attendance. It's also how more folks find us. So if you click the link in the Discord message in the beginning, that was wrong. It was last classes. So make sure you have this classes in there, and make sure you check in. Cool. I'll give everybody a second to do that. I was wondering, some folks let me know. Whenever that happens, just let me know. Vape Juice Jordan, what's going on with the raid? Let's go. How you doing? What are y'all up to? Been a minute. We gotta. I heard you're starting a podcast. I'm pumped. I'm pumped. Trash dev too. Hey, let's go. I'm pumped. I'm gonna I'm pumped. I'm ready for it. I need it in my life. So I'm glad you're doing it. Thanks for the raid. Hope you're doing well. What are y'all doing today? What was the stream? True. Hey, what's going on? Congrats on the new gig. Gang's all here. When that podcast drops, let us know. We'll pump it on the 100 Devs Discord as much as we can. Hope you all are doing well. Cool. Thanks for the raid. All right. Thanks for checking in, folks. Hope y'all had some chance to do that. All right, let's get into it. Health first. All right, health first. We're about to go through a monumental amount of work in terms of the hunt. Getting the job is the hardest part of the process. There's gonna be lots of things you have to do, lots of doors you have to open. All right. And as you go through this part of the process, we talked about it before. This is probably the most difficult, the most mentally demanding. Put your health first. If you need to take a night, take a night. If you need to not open a door, don't open it, right? Take the time, check in on yourself, check in on each other, community taught, right? Make sure we're all doing well, because this is go time. This is where the rubber meets the road, where we gotta do the things, right? So please make sure that you're taking care of yourself. Health first always. I took time, you take time if you need it. Cool. Just in case folks are just joining us tonight, this week, this month, Fullstack apps, we're adding MVC, we're adding authentication, we're doing all that wonderful stuff. Then September is a little bit of React, some data structures, algorithms, really starting the hunt and everything you're going to need for that job search process. And then October is living the life, really doing the hunt, projects, prep, all that fun stuff, and then agency life afterwards. Cool. I'm going to say it again. I'm going to sing it from the mountaintops. Folks are already getting jobs. Don't let that be the thing that distracts you. I'm not asking you to start the hunt yet. I haven't asked you yet, right? But remember, this is your life, your thing to do, right? Some folks like to start sooner. Some folks like to jump right into it. All my past videos from last cohort, guess what? They're all on YouTube. If you want it to go faster, pop over to YouTube. Boom, you got it. You can go as fast as you want, right? But when you see these jobs coming in, right, understand that different folks have different privileges of time. They have the ability to focus on things. I'm not asking you to be ready for the hunt yet. I'm asking you to start doing the things that we've been saying in class. We're talking about making sure you're doing your daily code challenge, make sure you're doing your banky, make sure you're doing the little things that are getting us ready for the hunt. And then we go hard, right? Then we go hard. But folks are already starting. That's okay. We're all on the same roller coaster. We're going to get there eventually together. Know that as we go forward, you already know enough. You're already ready. You are already software engineers. You are already software developers. I can't stand it. It gets my goat when people say aspiring. No, you're developers. You write code. You understand the code we're about to go through tonight. You've built projects. Some of you have clients. Some of you are already interviewing. You are a developer. You already know enough. You can go out there right now and get a job. We have folks, and I showed you last class. I showed you all last cohort. Half our folks weren't doing technical interviews to get these entry-level roles. Don't let it get twisted in your brain that there's all this extra stuff that you have to latch onto. When folks get to the end, they start latching onto all these things that are not the things that are going to help move the needle. Double down on the things that we know work. The bank, making sure your checklist is complete, making sure you're doing your coding challenges, make sure you're keeping up your networking. Do that, and by the time we get to the hunt, I promise you will be ready. I'm going to lay out all the secrets, all the tips, all the tricks I know to help you get the job. But we have just a few more things I want on your plate to open those doors. right? I want to add some organizational paradigms. I want to add a little bit of React. I want to add your data structures and algorithms so we can open up as many of those doors as we can. And when you do, that enables more opportunity to come your way. But you already know enough. Don't let anybody take that away from you. Don't let anybody on Twitter say that you're aspiring. No, you're fucking software engineers. You're writing phenomenal code. You're doing big things. And folks, it's already working. Hundreds of folks last cohort. We're seeing dozens and dozens of folks already from this cohort. You're good. Hang in there. This is the hardest part. This is where you're going to be tested the most. But the other side is so sweet. Now, we're going to be spending a lot of time together. A lot of time in voice calls. A lot of time working in projects. It's a reminder to be kind. That's all I ask. Be kind. If you can't be kind, if you can't leave the weird conversations off of Discord, you'll probably get a ban. That's okay. You can always be requested to be unbanned. We're trying to build the best community online to learn how to code. Don't care about any of the other stuff. Can't be kind. Deuces. Bye. All my content's free online. You can get all the assignments, everything you need. And voice channels, we're watching you. Some of you all like to be a little reckless. No more. Be careful. Watch your mouth and help me with the sale. Cool. All right. Gonna start a band to be mean to each other. All right. Let's power through these and right into the CRUD like I promised. There's so many folks getting jobs or clients that I'm not adding them all. Like just the ones that if you at me on Twitter or you at me in the celebrations channel, there's probably a better chance of it. But there's a lot of y'all, and so I put a tweet out there. I was like, this is getting a little wild, getting a little out of hand here. But there's so many y'all coming through that it's amazing to see. I'm just gonna put a small subset of them here. I love this one. Imagine getting a 6-figure offer and not being sure about it. What sort of monster have you created? Let's go. Through my networking exercise, I got a paid client and another interview for October. I love it. Remember, y'all could still be freelancing. We're moving into the phase where folks are starting to ask for references and for employment verification, all that fun stuff, which we're going to talk about probably next week because it's starting to become a lot. But the best reference you could have is your clients, right? People that have actually worked with your code, that have paid you money. That's huge. If you still haven't gotten a client, keep working at that. People are on their 3rd, 4th client now, for folks that kind of kept up with it. If it's something that you weren't able to achieve earlier in the program, you know way more now, try again. All right. Getting a wonderful internship at PMC. The beautiful thing is that if internships pay, do them. They're great. Some folks get it twisted. No, getting your foot in the door at a paid opportunity where you can learn and grow, phenomenal. Holy cow. Had a second interview today, 1st round interview tomorrow, and another 1st round on Friday. I get done with my 2nd round interview today and got a call shortly after with a job offer. Let's go. Job offer. Let's go. Good time to announce I accepted associate software developer role with SAS. I'll be starting next week, 100 devs. Let's go. And I love that they shouted out the community. We got some good folks here. Love to see it. Accepted an offer from Apple. Now I'm not a Fang peddler, right? But it's pretty cool to see they got an offer from Apple. They did have an internship at NASA, so I think we were there to help a little bit, but they put in work before they got here. I love that people are still getting clients. New client just agreed to my proposal and set a 20% payment for a new website. Always get paid up front, folks. I love when folks shift from one part of the company to another. We have a lot of folks that are customer service representatives that are in different parts of a tech company that make their way into the developer round. And so I love to see it happen here. Few months of hard work, practice, and preparation let you know I got a full stack dev role at a really cool company. Love to see it. Love that they shouted out the community as well. Made it after the trough. I've made it after the trough has come a signed, sealed contract for my first full-time developer role. Grateful, and I love they shouted out the mods. The mods do all the heavy lifting. If you like the community, it's because the mods have helped mold it to be that way. And so shout out, I saw some folks, I saw Bilal in chat already, but always please give some big thanks to the mods, right? We have 38,000 people in that Discord. Can we just take a pause for a second? 38,000 people in that Discord. And the fact that it's not a complete flaming mess, that it's not just like exploding and just filth everywhere, is because of the mods doing an amazing amount of work. And I can't tell you, like, some of the stuff that folks like the mods do, it's not fun work. It's not fun work. Let's be very clear, right? It's oh no, the threading tool that we use broke, and DivCur goes through and clears out 100 threads manually so that when you log in, it just looks normal, right? Or having to have really tough conversations with folks that don't understand that we're all here to learn, right? Like, that's a lot of emotional labor that falls on the shoulders of the mods, and I am forever thankful. So I love that they shouted out the mods. If you love this community, if you like this community, if you get anything from this community, shout out to everyone that's here, but shout out the mods for sure. So that's my thank you. The other thing too, it's at the beginning of my slides. It's a beautiful Drake lyric. I don't care about going Milan or the Met. I just want to make these songs for the set. That's how I feel about 100 devs. I don't care about any of that crap. I just want to make a good course that can help folks get jobs. And it's amazing to see so many other folks participate and help with that vision, right? There are folks in the world that just want to help, that show up to 100 devs to put in the work, to help y'all, to help each other. And you see them, right? You see them, right? The folks that just show up, that jump in Discord voice channels to do data structures and algorithms classes, the stream team that is streaming 6+ hours to help you cover some of the homework. Shout out Wolfpack, right? Like that's rare. That's kind of wild that happens, right? It's kind of wild that happens, that we have folks that come up that aren't trying to sell a book, that happens all the time. The number of people like, Leon, do you ever have guests on your stream? No, I don't. Just put in the work. Come help if you want to help. Just help. And the fact that we have folks that show up day in and day out, that just help push folks into these amazing jobs that they're getting, that help people learn how to code, that give up their nights, their weekends, their mornings, their afternoons. I love it. And so a huge thank you to everyone that does that. A huge thank you to everyone that just shows up, that wants to help. I love it. Cool. We're jumping right into the CRUD, folks. The thing I need you to realize is that right now, it's still just Lego. It's all it is. A lot of folks get really anxious. They get really nervous around the syntax. Guess what? We don't need to really understand every bit and piece of the syntax right now. That's not the goal. The goal is to understand, right? All right. How's the web built? What are the requests? When the requests come in, what are we doing? What, are we putting stuff into a database? What's happening, right? And that's where I need you to be. I need you to understand like how all these pieces, all these building blocks come together, how all these Lego pieces come together. Don't sweat the syntax. You can always copy and paste, right? The code's not going away, right? The code's not going away. Casual said, oh my God, that's what's killing me right now. It's so different from traditional learning. Yes, right? Like you can always Google the next Lego piece. That's what we're doing. We're building Legos right now. I don't need you to understand every semicolon, parenthesis. It's just not the wave, right? You're taking these Lego pieces and putting them together. And as long as you know where you put your Lego pieces, you're good. So as long as you have your repos, you have your code that's saved in good folders, right? We're just going to be taking those pieces, right? We're going to be taking those pieces and putting them together, right? And so I really want you to lean into that because I'm going to show you, we're going to work through the code tonight that you've seen, that you've tried to comment already. Like we've already seen this code. Let's focus on understanding what's happening and don't code weenie the syntax, right? Then we're going to add an organizational paradigm on top of this code. Again, don't stress about the syntax. Understand like why are we putting this type of code there? Why are we organizing it in this way? And then we're going to add authentication. And when we add authentication, are you a cybersecurity expert? Maybe you are. Maybe there's a few of you. There's a few of you, right? I'm not. I don't think most of us are. So we're not coding that from scratch. We're taking that off the shelf and plugging it in to our code. We're not putting in that work, right? We're not putting in that work to do all that research to make our application secure. Doesn't mean we don't understand what's going on, but that's not our domain, right? So as our applications get more complex, what are we just adding more of? What are we just adding more of? We're just adding more Legos into our beautiful, beautiful castle that we are building, right? And so you can't stress that you don't know what's like how that Lego brick was made. Like when you're playing with Legos, you're not stressing over this injection molding. I don't really understand how injection molding works. Like I wonder what color dye they put in to get the red bricks, right? Like maybe one or two of us had like that existential crisis when we were like 6 or 7, where we were trying to like figure out injection molding and the color green. But most of the time we probably just built a castle, right? And that's what we're doing. We're taking all these bricks that others have already put together, that have already made for us, and we're building with them. So over time, once you get past the understanding, right? Some people hear this and they take it the wrong way. Once we get past the understanding, which is the tricky bit, you're going to build your ass off, right? Once we get past the understanding, you're going to build your ass off. You are going to put 100 hours into building a project. And as you are building that 100 hours project, guess what you also pick up along the way? Believe it or not, the syntax, right? Right? Believe it or not, the syntax, the curly braces, the where stuff goes. But that's not where we need to be right now. We need to understand how it all comes together. We need to understand, all right, how do we organize it? How do we add authentication to it? Like we have to do all these things that are understanding exercises. And then we are going to build. The best way to learn is building. If you just turned off the stream right now and went and built, I'd be a happy camper. I'd be fine with that. We're going to get to the point where we understand, and then we build, and that's where all the syntax and all the pieces come together. If you start right from the beginning with understanding a little bit, and I'm not talking like we're going to do this for a couple more weeks, like we're going to do this for like a couple more weeks, that's it, and then you're build, right? And so keep that in mind. You're playing with Legos. Take some of the stress off your shoulders, right? Make sure you understand what's happening. Make sure you understand the concepts. When you don't understand what's happening, when you don't understand what the concepts are, boy, do I have something amazing for you. We have the stream team that's often covering these topics in detail. If you're doing the homework and get stuck, Mindwolf has been going through the homeworks on stream. Like, go watch those videos. Like, what are you doing? If you're getting stuck with the homework, go watch those videos. And then we cover that in class again, right? We cover it in class again. Remember, you have our videos that also go on YouTube. Remember that we have the past cohorts video on YouTube. And then also know that you have Discord. Come to Discord and ask questions, right? Come to Discord and ask questions. Cool. All right. Before we jump into it, we got to bring back, I said but first, so I was going to do but first. How does the internet work, right? We're going to talk about a CRUD app tonight. We're going to see the to-do list in action, right? We're going to see the to-do list in action, right? We're going to talk about how does the internet work first. Cool. All right. So we have wires. How's the internet work? Yeah, it's a wire, it's a tube, it's a connection of two different kinds of devices, right? We have our lovely client side devices, and we have our lovely server side devices. If you missed my handwriting, I know you have. Well, now our client side devices make a request, and when they make requests, those requests wind up heading all the way over to the server. Remember, our clients and our servers are both just computers, but there's some code running on our server that can hear that request. What is the code running on our server that's set up to listen for our requests? Yeah, we're calling that our API. Our API is set up to listen, right? It's set up to listen for certain requests. And when it hears those requests, we have coded it with what we want to have happen, right? We are coding it with what we would want to have happen. We are in control of what happens when we hear those requests. That's what we're building out. We're just building out really, really complicated event listeners, right? Well, not really complicated, somewhat complicated, right? We hear those requests, right? And then we get to decide what happens when we hear those requests. When we hear those requests, we can make it, when we hear the request, we can make it fire a rocket ship. When we hear the request, we could make it call Domino's. Well, I can't. Maybe you can, right? When we hear the requests that come through, we can make it store something in a database. You get to control what happens when you hear those requests. Now, it just so happens that there are some really common things that we're going to do on the web, right? A lot of times we're going to hear a request and we need to like store some data in a database. Sometimes we're going to hear a request and we need to get some data, right? Get some data from a request, right? I mean, from the database. Sometimes we'll hear a request and we got to update something in a database. Sometimes we're going to hear a request and we just need to say, hey, we couldn't find what you were looking for, right? So what we are going to do tonight is look at a very simple application, a very simple to-do list. And we're going to look at some of the common requests and some of the common things that we're going to do when we hear that request. And we're adding these Legos, right? We're adding these Legos into our repertoire. By the end of tonight's class, you should at least be familiar with each of the different pieces that we've done and be able to say, you know what, I might not be able to code this from scratch. I probably couldn't, right? But I know that, oh, in my to-do list, I was able to store something into a database. With my to-do list, I was able to get something out of a database. If I ever need to do those things again, I know where to start, right? I know what Legos to play with. No stress. We're playing with some Legos. You're like, Leon, I stressed my ass off playing with Legos. I had to get the perfect castle. If it wasn't perfect, I was stressing. Right? Cool. Now, the common requests that we're going to see are our CRUD requests, right? Our creating, our reading, our updating, our delaying, right? These requests where we're typically saying, hey, make something, get something, change something, remove something, right? These are the common requests we're going to see across pretty much all web apps, right? Coming across pretty much all web apps, right? And so what we are going to do is break down these requests into a to-do list, see the creating, see the reading, see the updating, see the deleting, see the making, the getting, the changing, the removing, and see the code associated with it. Cool? All right. Now, some other things we're putting into the mix that we've seen in the past couple of classes, right? MongoDB is the database we're using for now, right? It's the one we'll use for most of the program. We'll see a little SQL at the end as well. The reason why I like MongoDB, right, is because if you've used objects, you know how to use MongoDB, right? If you've used objects, you know what the heck you're doing. We don't have to make it any more wild than that. In MongoDB, we have collections. Inside of our collections, we have documents, and those documents are just objects. Just think about that for right now, right? If we know that we're dealing with a grouping of objects, we can start to add objects to that group. We can update objects that are already inside that group. We can remove objects from that group, right? And so the wonderful thing here is that we are able to use the things that we should feel a little bit comfortable with at the moment to have all the wonderful benefits of being able to store stuff long term, right? To have a database where we can put stuff, get stuff, update stuff, delete stuff to using just the stuff that we feel already comfortable with. Now, the bane of some folks' existence is EJS. I love EJS. I really do. It just in my brain makes sense. I understand that that's not the case for everyone. That's okay. We're going to introduce a lot of other kind of templating languages and some other stuff we'll see. And then when we get to React, you can let it go if you want. Right? EJS, the reason why I like EJS is because once you learn two things, that's it. Right? It's really just two things. Right? It's really just two things. One thing is this code block right here, which is this like caret, the modulus equals, right? That's just how you plug in stuff. Like you plug in variables. It's like a very fancy, it's a very fancy Mad Libs, right? You just plug something in, you're dropping a value in, right? You're just plugging in some sort of variable, you're plugging in some sort of value, and that's it, right? It's a template literal. Exactly. It's just like a template literal, right? I'm here for fancy Mad Libs. It's just a template literal. Exactly. We've used template literal so much in JavaScript already. Just think of it as that way as well, right? You're just plugging something in just like you would use in JavaScript, right? Then you have this block right here, the caret modulus, right? Caret modulus caret, right? That's just a code block. You can throw in any type of JavaScript that you want, right? You could throw in any type of JavaScript you want. You want to throw in conditionals. You want to throw in for loops. You want to throw in pretty much anything that we've learned thus far. Just throw it inside a set of these, right? And you're done. That's it. And so I like EJS because if you can just keep those two things in your brain, right? You can keep those two things in your brain, then you're just kind of like reading HTML with some JavaScript mixed in. And maybe that was my bad for hammering in separation concerns so early. We could talk about presentation logic versus others, but for me, I learned those two things and it opened up a world for me, right? I use other things now, right? I use other things now, of course, but when I first understood that to write EJS, I'm just writing HTML. If I want to plug in a value or a variable, I use the equal. And if I want to have like a code block where I'm like doing a little bit of larger JavaScript inside of it, I just have this little block here and I open it and I can close it, do whatever I want. Those two things I think opened up a world for me. I went wild. I was building apps on apps on apps. Anything I wanted to do, I could throw in, right? And it would just work. I could plug things in. I can plug in code, right? And it just worked. Is it pretty? Eye of the beholder, right? But does it work? Yes. So don't let the code block versus inserting kind of mess you up inside. It's really just those two things. And as you see it more, and as we go through it tonight, hopefully it makes a little bit more sense. Who said it had to be pretty? I want things to be pretty. Yeah. All right. So here's what we're going to wind up seeing most of the apps that we build going forward, right? We're going to have our client, which can make requests. We're going to have our server, which has our API code on it that's listening to the requests that are coming in. And when we hear those requests, we're going to do different stuff, right? So many times, right? So many times I'm just going to put stuff into a database, get stuff out of a database, right? So this kind of layout or system is what we're going to use over and over again, right? Beverin said there are so many options, handlebars, views, next, so hard to know what to use. Just build. That's the biggest answer, right? I think it's a really important question, especially at this point in time. At this point in time, we're and this is from my own experience too, right? From my own experience, I felt like I was a fish in a really big pond chasing anything that was shiny, right? When I was first learning to code, I'd be like, ooh, and I would run off, right? Or ooh, and I run off and I do something else, right? And what I was doing is I was getting myself in a trap where I wasn't like actually doing stuff that would get me my goal, right? If your goal is to learn something new every other week, go for it. Chase the shiny thing. Don't let me stop you. If your goal is to get a job, stop. Build an application using Express, which we've already learned, MongoDB, which you've already seen, right? EJS, which we've already seen, and you only have to learn two things, and build. As soon as you hit a roadblock where you can't do the things that you want to do, right? When you hit a roadblock and you're like, this is too limiting, then add that other thing. That's it. That's what I wish somebody would have grabbed me and just like stared deeply in my eyes and told me, you know enough. You know MongoDB, you know Express, you know EJS. You can build whatever you want with just those things. and an employer is going to be way happier having seen 100 hours project where you've learned and built, and 3 other smaller team projects where you've learned and built, than seeing the tutorial that you did in that shiny thing over a weekend. You know enough, right? JDB says, bruh, I wish I would have known this too, right? And so, like I always say, don't let some person on the internet tell you what to do, right? Don't let some person on the internet tell you what to do. But the stuff that we've covered and the stuff we're finishing tonight is enough to build whatever the heck you want, right? Get out there, build, 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 build. And I guarantee some of you will hit a point where you're like, this is frustrating, or I can't really do exactly what I want to do, or I'm doing something over and over again and that feels icky because I'm a software engineer and we don't like to redo stuff, right? And when you hit that point, then you'll go, oh, that's why that tool is so popular, and you'll incorporate it into your project. Most 100-hour projects start off with just EJS, Node Express, MongoDB. You get 75 hours in and you're like, oh crap, I would be really happy if I incorporated this other thing. And then when you're in an interview, not only can you show the project that you've built, but you have a real world use case as to why that thing you added was beneficial. I can't tell you how much realer that sounds when you're talking to another engineer and you're like, you know what? I hit this roadblock. I hit this like, I hit this point where I just felt like I wasn't being efficient, and that's why I added this framework, right? That comes across so much better, right? Than I decided I want to pick up this thing and I ran with it, right? Get there, and then feel like if you need to bring it in. Cool. All right. My project is kind of too big for one person. Build an MVP. Every project, I don't care how big it is, has something small that you can start with, right? Something small you can start with. Every idea, every project, right? Figure out what that is for your project, right? Your minimum viable product, right? Figure out what that is for your project and start there. Every single project could be started with just these simple tools that we're talking about, right? And then evolve into something more. My 100 hours project got picked up by a tech company. They still asked for an MVP. NW Smith said, is a project with a political slant a bad idea to showcase? Remember how we talk about having as many doors open as possible? When you do things that are going to make one group of people really happy and another group of people really unhappy, you might close some doors, but it might close the doors that you don't care about, right? So I had a student, I think I've talked about this on stream. I had a student that wanted to build a weed delivery app. It was like an app to deliver weed. And I was like, it was like, and I was like, okay, that's great. Can we do coffee instead? Like, can we just like make it a coffee delivery app and like wink, wink between me and you? Like we know what it really is. And they were cool with that, right? They were cool with that. They're like, all right, we'll just it'll be a coffee app. And then when they were done, they just like had their own internal version that was like the thing they actually really wanted to build. Local commodities delivery app, right? And I thought that was a really good compromise because they got to build the thing they really wanted to build. But to anyone that was like looking internally, they saw a coffee delivery app. And then like 3 years later, another student had the same idea, right? student had the same idea, and I was like, hey, the person that passed made a coffee app. They're like, nah. I'm like, what do you mean? They're like, nah. I was like, okay, like that's cool. You know, you're closing doors. They're like, great. I want those doors to close. Like, we had that conversation, and it boiled down to like, I want the places that aren't comfortable with me like smoking to like, I'm just not going to be a good fit for me. And they went on to have a phenomenal job, right? So I've seen both tokens. It's up to you how you want to play the game. I'm going to show you how to play the game. It's up to you to figure out how you want to play it, right? Always up to you to figure out how you want to play the game. And so you got to think about that. That's like an internal, like I can't make that choice for you. Cool. All right. So, we're going to build a to-do list. We're going to build a to-do list, and the to-do list is going to follow this pattern. So let's take a look at our to-do list here. The code is already on Discord. If you are new around these parts, Discord is the best place to kind of figure out what we're doing day to day. You can do !Discord to join 38,000 other people. We're now Discord partners. Let's go. So yeah, if you need the code or you need help as you're working through this code, definitely join us on Discord. That's where it's all at. All right. So here's our to-do list. On my to-do list right now, I have get oat milk and get fancy bread. I can remove stuff. I can add stuff. Most bread is horrible these days. I don't know how we've messed up bread so much. But it's really hard to find good bread. True. I couldn't get that, so I joined a staff. Hey, turn up. Any means necessary. Let's go. Congrats on the new gig again. They're so lucky to have you. Mess shit up. Help us out. Discord is poised to be amazing. And so I'm glad you're there to help make it that way. Cool. All right. So we added items, right? We removed items. Notice that we have something really beautiful here in that it tells us how many things are left to do. And we can even mark things as kind of complete. Right? So when I mark it complete, notice my to-dos have dropped, right? To-dos have dropped, right? And so last thing we can do is we saw that we were able to add, remove, update, and delete. That sounds pretty cruddy to me. Got him. It's like my child was born and I was like, dad jokes. My my sister got me a dad jokes book. It's lit. I'm all about it. You got good dad jokes, send them to me. That's the only DMs I want. The only DMs I want are like good dad jokes. You got good dad jokes, so blow up my Twitter DMs, please. All right. So we have our fancy to-do list. It's working. What I want to do before we start really getting into code, right? Before we get really into code, I want to break down what's happening here. Like I want to talk about the requests that are coming through, what's happening, and then we're going to look at the code. Okay. All right. So when we're looking at our to-do list, what's the create requests that we're seeing? When we're talking about CRUD, create, read, update, delete, what's the create request that's coming through? Yeah. When we're adding an item, right? We're adding an item to our list. And so if we're adding an item to the list, there are some steps that are going to come through. How are we actually making that request? Like, how are we saying, hey, get fancy bread? How did I make that request, chat? Yeah, there's a form, right? We have this lovely form and we're submitting this form. And when we submit the form, we are sending a request to our server, right? So if we were to draw this out, we have a client side. Right, you have a client side, and on that client side is a form, right? And when we submit that form, we are sending our requests to our server. Now, there is some code running on our server that is set up to hear that request. And what is that code? What we call the code that's set up to hear our requests? Yeah, we got our API, right? And there's some code running on our API, right? And when we make that create request, we're actually making a very specific kind of request, right? We're making, when we submit that form, we're making a post request, right? We're making a post request, right? That's just the method that we're using, right? That's coming from that form submission is a post request. That request is making it all the way to our API, and our API is set up to hear that post. App.post. And don't worry, we're going to dive deeper into the code after we like walk through how all this is coming together. It hears that post, and once it hears the post, what do we do? Like when we hear that post, what do we need to do once we hear that post? Respond is the end. We got a lot of steps in between hearing and responding, right? A lot of things that we got to do once we hear that request. All right, so we're going to set up our application, right? Our application is going to grab whatever came along with that request. We're going to grab the thing that came along with it. Remember, we're trying to like add something to our list. So we're going to get, or maybe I should use a different word. We're going to grab the item that came along with that post request, right? When we submitted that form, we sent a request, and along with that request was all this data, including what was inside of the form. Yeah, the rec.body had all the information about what was inside that form, and we're going to grab the value out of the form, right? Once we have that value that was in the form, what are we going to do with it? We have the fancy bread that was in the form when we submitted it. What are we going to do with it? Yeah, we're going to add it to our database, right? We're going to add it to our database. Great. And then once we've added it to our database, what are we going to do next? What's the last thing we're going to do? Here for the fancy bread. Yeah, we're going to tell the client, "Hey, everything went well." All right, we're going to respond saying everything went okay and that you should probably refresh. All right? Everything went okay and you should probably refresh. All right? And so that everything went okay and you should probably refresh goes back to the client. The client's like, "Okay, everything went okay and I should refresh." And it refreshes. And when it refreshes, what type of request does that actually make? It makes a GET request. And a GET request is a whole other separate set of instructions. Remember, we got our Smurfs on the block by themselves, holding it down. We have a Smurf that's listening for a post request. We're going to have a Smurf that's listening for a GET request, and they're all going to do different stuff, right? They're all going to do different stuff. So our app.post grabbed the value that was in the form and added it to the database, right? The get request is going to hear that request, is going to go get stuff from the database, right? So each of these requests are going to do different stuff. And when we come back from break, we're going to see it in action. So let's go ahead and take our 5 minutes on the clock, please. When we get back from the 5 minutes, we'll look at the next request, which is our get. We're going to look at our put. We're going to look at our delete. And once we feel comfortable with that's actually happening, we're going to look at the code, right? We're going to look at the code and make sure we understand what's happening in the code base as well. When we come back, we'll look at one of, I'm not going to say it because then people will do it. But when we come back, we might look at some, I don't know, there might have been a secret raffle or something. I don't know. Maybe. All right. I'm getting dissected in interviews. Oof, the hunt is rough. I'm telling you, the hunt is rough. It's the hardest part of the process, right? Hardest part of the process. Yeah, somebody said, who are they? They're exactly amazing tech folks who build, right? Build stuff in public. Really just fun people to hang out with while you're coding. I like streams where I can just kind of like be entertained, but I'm also like motivated at the same time, because sometimes that's what you need. Sometimes you don't need me showing you how to code. Sometimes you just want to watch somebody just ball out or just have fun with it. Like sometimes you're just in that moment where you're like, I just want to have fun with it. And so I always watch them because it helps me have fun while I'm coding. And it's a good community too. I'm literally just watching you work and watching you right now. Yeah. I'm glad we trade off. That's awesome. I got lucky. The only tech question I got was explain double equals triple equals. You know enough, folks. You know enough. You know enough. See, and when I try to tell people this, they think I'm just like the wildest person. I get like these like weird DMs that are like, you're leading people astray. Like, this is not the way to do it. I'm like, bruh, have you seen when people have gotten jobs? Like, they're just like, they can't believe it, right? Most people only have like the microcosm of their experience interviewing. And they think because they had to leak code their eyeballs out, they were applying for the wrong jobs, they weren't connecting, they weren't actually networking their way into opportunities, they were just clicking apply. When they see someone that has double equals versus triple equals as their interview question, their whole like internal system just like shuts down. Exactly. They're big mad. And so when I get out here and I tell people, look, half the people had interviews. When half the people, I'm telling you, get interviews, that's double equals versus triple equals. What's the difference between while and do while? Exactly. Like these like simple, like you kind of got to know your stuff like to get these, but they're not like the things that are just like completely out there that you're like grinding away from. No. Network your way into applications, study the bank, know how to talk about yourself, have strong projects that you can show folks, right? And then we'll add all the other stuff, but you are enough, you know enough, you have the skills to get a job. The hunt is the hunt for a reason. Every time you go on a hunt, you don't get a kill, right? Every time you go out on the hunt, you don't get a kill, right? And so sometimes you come back defeated, sometimes you come back hungry, right? Sometimes you put a lot into these interviews and you come back hungry, part of the process. But I'm telling you, there's so many opportunities that you are ready for. You just gotta keep pushing along with the process. That's pretty cool. Yeah. Crispy Nugget, what's going on? Been a minute. Good to see you. Discord asked very practical front-end questions. I had to build 2 things out. You could use any framework, but I picked React and TypeScript. That's dope. Yeah. Mine, Wolf and Rufio had a great stream on learning how to talk about yourself positively last week. Let's go. All right, everybody. Let's take a look at this again. And I'm going to delete this here. Leon, we've done this already. I know we've done this already. We're hammering it in because this is the most important stuff, right? Like this is it. If you can understand what's happening in this to-do list, you can build whatever you want. Yeah, you're gonna have to Google a lot. You're gonna have to like use other frameworks, libraries, but like this is it. This is the taking the lid off the cookie jar and you can have as many cookies as you want scenario, right? And so we've been away for a little while. We were on a break, right? I want to make sure that we're transitioning back into the stuff that matters. Give me a class to transition back into the stuff that matters. Let's get our spaced repetition in and let's do the stuff that's actually going to move the needle as you start to build your projects. I want lots of cookies. I don't know if I talked about this on stream, but my uncle one time was sitting in the kitchen eating cookies out the cookie jar. And my grandmother says, what are you doing? Those are dog biscuits. And my uncle just looks at her and goes, and kept eating the dog biscuits. They're good, right? And apparently most like I think it's like I don't quote me on this. Don't go out eating dog and cat food because somebody on the internet told you that it was true. But I've heard that most cat and dog food is actually like human safe because people do eat it. Like it's a thing. Like during the Depression, people ate dog and cat food. Like people are out there and they use it as a means of sustenance. So apparently in the U.S. it is a real deal. So my uncle was a G and just ate the dog biscuits because he liked them. Yeah. All right. Cool. Let's go ahead. True. I don't know if you're still here or not, but there's something very different about streaming versus like trying to do YouTube videos. Like I've been building up a backlog of videos before I start releasing them, like shorts, TikToks, whatever. It's been a lot of fun, but the amount of edits I have to do to get like one video as opposed to just talking on stream is just like, it's just astronomical. I have no idea what the difference is. My brain just talks when I'm on stream and doesn't when I'm trying to record a video. And sometimes we wind up with silly stories. So I'm sorry you had to deal with the silly stories sometimes. But it's just how my brain works. If I don't do it, then we don't get class. So, all right, let's get back into this. Talked about CRUD, the creating, right? The creating. So we're going to add biscuits to our to-do list. And when I add the biscuits, I have created. I submitted this form. And out here in the internets was my server, right? When I click submit on that form, what type of request did I make, chat? What type of request did I make when I submitted that form? People forgot about the engagement. People forgot about the engagement. Thank you for the engagement. It's a post request. Exactly. So we make a post request to our server. Now, there's something on our server that hears that post request, right? That hears that post request and then knows what to do. Yeah, that code is our API. Cool. There's some code on our server that we wrote that's on our server that hears that request. And when it hears that request, we've coded it to do something very specific. So that code said, all right, if there's a post request, right? If there's a post request, what I want you to do is when that post request came through, there was a bunch of data that came along with that post request, right? Somewhere in that data that was sent with the post request, deep in that request body, exactly, there was the value that was in that form of biscuits. So what we're going to do is we're going to grab that value out of the request body, right? We're going to grab that value out of the request body. And once we have that value, what are we going to do with that value? Yeah, we're going to put it in the DB. We're going to put it in our database. We're going to take that value and put it in the database. Beautiful. And then once that value is in our database, right? Once that value is in our database, we're going to respond. We're going to respond saying everything was okay and that you should probably refresh, right? Everything was okay and you should probably refresh. And when that page refreshes, right? When that page refreshes, what type of request have I made? Just that simple act of refreshing. Gotta be careful with that one. That simple act of refreshing, right, makes a GET request, right? So we have our server. We have our API code that's listening for these requests. And we make that GET request to our server. And the API code is listening. It says, all right, app.get. This is a little different. A different Smurf. Here's that GET request, right? A different Smurf. Here's that GET request, right? And it's like, all right, that Smurf's on the block by himself. They know what to do. Here's that GET request, right? Right. Here's that GET request. And what does it do? What do we do when we hear the refresh, the GET request? What's going to happen? Yeah, we're going to go to the database. We're going to go to our database. The Smurf is going to get every single thing that is in that database, right? It's going to get oat milk. It's going to get fancy bread. It's going to get biscuits, right? It's going to get the oat milk. It's going to get the fancy bread. It's going to get the biscuits, right? And once it has all those things from the database, what are we going to do with all that data, all those things that we got from the database? What are we going to do with it? We're going to throw it into our EJS. We're going to render out some EJS. Remember, our EJS is a template, right? It's a template. And we're going to plug some stuff into that template. We're going to take the things we got from the database and we're going to start plugging them into our template. And when we're done rendering out that template, when we've taken everything that was in our database and we've plugged it, right? We've plugged it all into that template. What gets spit out of that template? What gets spit out of that template? Oh. Y'all ready to work at the agency? We can end here. You're all ready to work at the agency. We could fresh coffee's in the coffee machine. Go for it. Feel free to go grab you some. You deserve it. Go get yourself some coffee. We'll come back. We render it out, right? We render it out. We get HTML, right? We render out the HTML. And then we respond with it, right? We respond with the HTML, right? And that's how we can see what's on the page. We're responding with that HTML. right? So now we've talked about the creating and the reading. And I want to stop here. I want to see that code. I want to see the creating. I want to see the reading. I want to see the database. I want to see how it's all, right? I want to see how it's all coming together. And then we'll do the updating and deleting as well, right? So if you don't have the code is on our Discord, exclamation point Discord if you're new around these parts, right? Game Tech said, hey, newly joined, how do I catch up? Exclamation point 100 devs will tell you everything you need to know about the program that we're running. Join us. Amazing community to learn how to code online. All right. So let's go ahead and take a look at our code here. We're going to ignore all this stuff for right now, and we're going to look at our GET request, and we're going to look at our post request. Which one should we start with? Let's do GET or post. GET, post. 1 minute, start poll. All right, I'll let you decide, get or post. That's what we'll start with. Your dealer's choice. Well, chat's choice. Yeah, chat's choice. Bob, we are voting on whether we look at the gets or the posts first. Gets winning. I think post may be a little easier to start with, but we'll go with get. All right, we're approaching the minute end here. 65% in the lead with get. Post is creeping back up. The gets have it. All right, gets one. Let's go ahead and take a look at the get first. All right, so here's our get code. Real quick, what are some ways that I could trigger this get request? What are some ways I could trigger my get request? Refresh is probably the way that we're going to see it right now. So if I was to refresh my page on localhost 21, I got to record that. 21.
Hey, does this work?
21.
Hey, does this work?
21.
Hey, does this work?
Twenty-one. All right, we're back. Hold on, we're back. All right, we're back. Sorry, I'm having a little too much fun. All right, so we refresh the page. Right? We refresh the page, and that makes a GET request to our API code, right? Let's see how our API code is coded to hear that GET request. Let's take a look. Here's the GET request. Now, I have some stuff commented out here. This commented code out here is if I wanted to do like an asynchronous function, which we definitely want. We're going to move towards that. But I want to show you the slightly kind of older school way, our lovely promise chains, right? And so the idea here is like we'll do this in the future because it's cleaner and easier to do. But I want to show you everything, right? And the async is still there. It doesn't really matter, right? Cool. So we are listening for a GET request, and here is our route. Why is it a /? Like, why is the route /? What is that telling us? Yeah, it's telling us the root. Yeah, it's the root. Exactly. The main page, the root page, right? So we could listen for GET requests on any of the different pages, any of the different routes, but the home page, the main page, the root page is always represented with the /, or is typically represented with the /. So we could have many GET requests, and eventually our applications will have dozens and dozens of GET requests, but we're listening for the one on the root, the main, right? Great. When our code hears that GET request, we're going to do some stuff. The first thing we're doing on line 28 is we are going to our database. Now, above our API, we connect it to our database. I'll show you connecting to our database in a little bit, right? But we can just trust that the DB, right? DB is holding that connection to our database. So wherever we see DB, we know that we're already connected to that database, and that's what we're talking about. We're talking about the database, our MongoDB database. Great. So we heard the GET request. We go to our database, and we find the collection in our database called to-dos. Now, remember, our MongoDB databases are made up of collections, and inside those collections are what? What goes inside of our collections? Documents. Nice. So we have our collections, and inside of our collections are our documents, right? And our documents, we're going to say, find them all. So we're going to find all the documents inside of our to-dos collection. So let's go ahead and look at our database. Let's look at the to-dos collection and see all the documents that we're going to find. So here we go. This is my Mongo database, right? It's not refreshed. Let me refresh it just to make sure that we have all the latest information. Beautiful. And we can see here that I am in the to-dos collection, right? We see that we're in the to-dos collection. And here are my documents that are inside of that to-dos collection, right? We can see right now, right? We can see right now that there are 3 documents inside of my to-dos collection. So when I'm looking at the code and I say, all right, go to the database, go to the to-dos collection and find all the documents, we're going to find 3 documents inside of that collection. Now, what's something that we can use to hold all 3 of those documents? Remember, those documents are really just what? Those documents are really just objects. So what's something that we can use to hold all 3 of those objects, right? Is an array. Exactly. I see a lot of you saying those documents are objects, which is correct. And we're going to put them into something that can hold all of those objects, which is an array. So that's why we say to array, right? We're saying, hey, go to the database, find the to-dos collection, find all the documents. We found 3 of them in that to-dos collection. And now we're like trying to juggle them, and we can't juggle them. So we put them in an array. That makes sense? Right? We went to the database, we found the right collection, we found the documents, and we put them in an array. Cool. We put them in Bill Gates' toaster. Got it. Exactly. Man, we should, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't. I've been trying, like I like when I set my mind to something, I do it. Right. And so I really want to do more like shorts content, because I think that's where I could add some value to folks. And so I've just been consuming way too much TikTok and YouTube shorts and stuff like that. And so my brain's a little mushy. But I think it'd be really funny to do like videos that were just like our memes. So like we're teaching, but we're only teaching using our memes, right? Like we put it into Bill Gates' toaster, right? We didn't get got, we went and got, right? We carried some boats and logs, we put it inside the toaster, right? Just like this 100% memes that only we would get, but it would make sense, right? The Smurfs heard it, right? Like we got enough to do it. All right, cool. So we went to our database, we went to the to-dos collection, we found all the to-dos, all the documents in that collection, we put it in an array, and what we're going to do is pass that value, that array that is holding, right? That array that is holding all of the to-dos, we're going to pass it into this then underneath the variable data. And this is where it gets a little tricky, right? Does toArray return a promise, right? Well, let me ask, that's a good question to ask. Does this return a promise? Good question. Does that return a promise? We're going to say yes. And we can see that it does because we got the then chain, right? We got the then, we got the catch, right? And so technically underneath the hood, that's kind of what's happening. We don't have to know that though. We don't have to worry about that at all. Like, let's not get deep into it. But what we're going to have happen is that this is going to return an array, and that array is going to be held in the variable data or the parameter data. So wherever we yes, because the documentation says it does exactly. Wherever we see data, right? Wherever I see data inside of this then, what is data? It's the array. All right, that's the biggest jump. I think it's where I lose the most people. So I'm going to say it again, right? I'm going to say it again. We went to the database. We went to the to-dos collection. We went to the to-dos collection. We found all three documents, right? All three documents in that to-dos collection. And we put all three of those documents into an array. So now we have an array holding all three of those documents. We said that those documents are really just objects. We have an array holding three objects. And we pass that array into the parameter of data. So wherever I see data, it's really just that array holding those objects. Cool. Now we got some other complicated stuff that's happening here. I'm going to ignore this line for a second. I'm going to ignore this line here and this line here just for a second, just to take a look at line 32. Take a look at this line. So I went to the database. I found all the to-dos. I put them into an array. And now I have to take those objects. And what am I going to do with those objects that I got from the database, right? My objects are sitting in an array. What am I going to do with those objects? What am I going to pass those objects to? Yeah, I'm going to pass all those objects into my template, into my EJS, right? So that's what this line here is saying. This line is saying, hey, I am passing data. I am passing data into my EJS template, right? I am passing all of those objects that are inside of my array into that template. Now, I've given that array of objects a name. That array of objects that I am passing into my template, I've given them a name. And what is the name that I've given them? Items, exactly. I've given it the name of items. So when I am looking in my EJS template, I'm not going to see the word data anymore. I'm going to see the word items. And wherever I see items, that is my array of documents. Cool. So we went to the database. We found the to-dos collection. We found all the documents in that collection. We put them in an array. We pass those documents that are inside of our array into our EJS under the name of items. Why rename it? This pattern has more use the deeper we get into this stuff, right? It's a key value pair. We could have kept it data and been fine, but getting used to this idea of key value pairs being passed in is helpful. It can help with readability. There are some benefits of doing it this way. But for now, we don't have to big brain it. We can just say, all right, we gave it a new name of items. That's it. Went to the database, found the collection, found all 3 documents in that collection, put it into an array. Now we're going to pass that array into our EJS template with the name of items. So if I'm ever looking in this EJS template and I see items, I know that it is my array of documents. Cool. So let's look at that EJS template. Views from the 6. Running through the 6 with my woes. I was running through the 6 with my woes. All right. Cool. Here we are. Here's our EJS template. Here's my EJS template. I'm going to see some things in here. I'm seeing items. When I see items, what is that really? What is items holding? What is items holding? I was running through the 6 with my code. Neptune, that's great. It's our array of data. It's our array holding all of our objects that came from the Mongo database. Exactly. Let's go. We out here learning. So wherever I see items, it is really my array of 3 objects, right? Wherever I see items, it's really my array of 3 objects. So what am I doing in line 23? What am I setting up here? I'm setting up a for loop that's going to run how many times? Yeah, I'm iterating over the array. All right. How many times is this loop going to run? Yeah, it's going to run 3 times because items.length, right? If items is my array holding all of my objects and there are 3 objects inside of it, right? Then that means that this loop is going to run 3 times. And the cool thing is each time it runs, I is going to go up by 1, right? So the very first time this runs, we have this item 0 here, this items 0 here, right? This items 0 here. And item 0 is going to enable us to grab the first what out of the array? Exactly. It's going to enable us to get that first element out of our array, our first object out of the array. And once I have that first object, I can access all the properties on that object. Let's look at the first object that we know would be in our array. Where can I go look to see the first object that would be in our array? Mongo, exactly. MongoDB. Let's go back and take a look. Here we go. Here we go. All right, so we have get oat milk. And if we look, here is the first object, right? The first object in our database. And so that's the first object that would come out of items, right? Item 0 is this get oat milk, right? We can see that it has an ID property, a thing property, and a completed property, right? So if I did items 0 thing, what am I going to get? If I do items 0 thing, what do I get? Get oat milk. All of y'all getting oat milk ads. All of y'all getting oat milk ads now. Oatly gonna be all up in your Twitch feed. Y'all got. You know what? I was in the 100 Devs boardroom, right? And I was trying to get new sponsors to help the community. And so we've came to conclusion, if Oatly, you want to sponsor any of the major oat milk manufacturers, we'll take it to the board. We'll get you involved. Let us know. I'm happy to help you come to the 100 Devs agency. If you need help with your web presence, we got you. All right. So just saying. All right. Now, the first document that came out of this array would have an ID property, a thing property, and a completed property. So let's go back and look at our EJS. All right. Let's ignore like this complicated bit right here, and let's just look right here. Items 0 thing, right? Items 0 thing would give us get oat milk, right? Items 0 thing would give us get oat milk. That's the first, right? We have 3. It's the first document, and it has a thing property. So if we're really talking about an array of objects, right? An array of objects, this 0th index would be this document right here, right? Would be that document right there. And so when we are looking at our EJS, that first document, items 0 thing, would actually be get oat milk, right? Would be get oat milk. Beautiful. And what we're doing is we're putting get oat milk into a span. And when we put it into a span, that's what enables us to see it inside of the DOM here, right? I'm still a little confused about the thing property. I made it up. Right? When it came time to put the values into the database, because remember, we decided to do the get first. You chose the get first. You chose the get first, right? When we put all that data into our database, we chose to give it the thing property. That's it. We could have called it Lord of the Rings, right? And it would have been Lord of the Rings get oat milk, right? That we just chose thing. Okay. Now, is that a good naming convention? Absolutely not. Bad naming convention. But I threw up Tina. We're being baddies. We're writing bad code. All right. So we saw that items 0 dot thing was get oat milk. What would items? What on the next run of this loop? I will be 1. Right. I will be 1. So what would items 1 dot thing give us? Yeah, that would totally give us fancy bread, right? The next object in the lovely array that we got back from our MongoDB would give us get fancy bread. And then we could also say, All right, items 2 dot thing would give us what? Items 2 dot thing would give us what? We can take a look. Bis cuts, right? It would give us bis cuts, right? Bis cut, right? Bis cut would be the third thing that would show up. And we can take a look and we can see like, all right, we got like a span. It's inside of an li. So each time this loop runs, it's going to run once for each item, right? It's going to run once for each item that's in our collection. And each time it runs, it's building an li, and that li has a span in it. And that span has the value that we got out of the database, right? Cool. Choco Pie with the Prime. Thank you. Missed you too. I appreciate that. All right. Somebody said, wait, isn't items.length 3? It is, right? It is. So what happens? What happened here? So we're on 2, right? So we did 0, 1, 2, right? We did 0, 1, 2, and now we're at the end of our loop, and we try to add 1. So we're at 3. Is 3 less than 3? No. So our loop stops, right? Our loop stops and we never get to the 3. Good question. Good question. Because it's the less than, right? We had the less than there. Cool. All right. Now, there is something slightly more complicated happening here, right? There's something slightly more complicated happening here, and it's this conditional that is inside of the li. It's this conditional that's inside of the li. Now, what is happening inside of this conditional? What is this conditional helping me to do? Well, what is it doing? It looks like it's the same thing. We're saying, all right, add a span here or add a span here. It has the same content in each of the spans. So why have a conditional there? Yeah, it is the giving it of the completed class. So I'm saying, hey, if this property is true, then I want the span I build to have the completed class. If this value is not true, I don't want it. The span just doesn't have the completed class. So I'm either building a span that has the completed class, or I'm building a span that doesn't have it. And if we look at our CSS, go to our public folder, go to our CSS, go to our style.css. If we look at our style.css, the completed class gives a gray color and a line through, right? All right. And so eventually what I can do as this page is building, I can always just check, hey, has the task have the value of completed or does it not? Because if it does, we're going to make it have the line through. And if it hasn't been completed, it's just the normal span, right? We're just toggling it. Now, somebody said, when do I know to include this in JavaScript or something like this? We're still kind of in the early stages of seeing some of this more advanced stuff. But the thing I'm asking myself is, I want to store this over time, right? If it was just client-side JavaScript that was doing this stuff, what problem would I run into? If I was just keeping track of this stuff via client-side JavaScript, what would happen? Yeah, no data persistence. Every single refresh, right? Every single refresh, poof, I wouldn't know what was completed or not completed. So where am I actually storing whether or not a task has been completed? Where am I storing that? Yeah, I'm storing that in the database. We could use local storage. I see some folks throwing out local storage. That's true. I am storing whether or not the task has been completed in the database. And it's just one very simple thing. If the task has been completed, I change this from false to true, right? And if it's not complete, if it's not complete, it just stays false, right? So if I haven't completed the task, it stays false. If I have completed the task, I change it to true. And this sounds like a really good case for what type of request to our server. What type of request to our servers gonna handle this, like completed or not? Yeah, our put or our update, exactly. Our put or our update's gonna handle this stuff. Cool. Alrighty, so that's everything for the get, right? So let's go back and take a peek at this. We went to the database. We found the to-dos collection. We found all the documents in the to-dos collection. We put all 3 of those documents into an array. Then we passed that array into the variable or the parameter data. We can see that we then passed that array into our EJS template underneath the name of items. So wherever I see items inside of my EJS, that's really just the array that's holding all my objects. Since there are 3 objects in my array, this lovely for loop in our EJS is going to run 3 times. And then I'm going to build an LI for each time this runs. And I'm either going to build a span that has the class of completed, making it like gray and strike through, or I'm going to build a span that's just normal, right? And so whether or not it's completed or not just has to do by looking at that document or that object and seeing if it has a completed class of true. We'll handle that completed or not when we get to the update, and that'll be a little bit further down the line. Cool. Questions while we're here about the get? Oh, where's the response coming from? That's great. So when I say render, like I just highlight this piece here. What is getting rendered? What is getting rendered? When it says render EJS, what does that mean? What is being rendered out? Yeah, the HTML. So you can think of all this rendering winding up being an HTML file. Great. And what the heck do I do with that HTML file? I respond with the HTML file. Okay. Got that. Cool. Somebody said, does this thing work? My version works. Your version doesn't. If you just clone down this repo, it won't work because you haven't connected your database.
Hey, does this work?
No. You would have to do like your npm install. You have to create your env file. All of that, all those steps can be found in the what? All those steps are at the end of our what? At the end of our slides. The slides have like the step-by-steps on how you're going to do that. But somebody actually submitted a pull request for an updated README that I'll approve the pull request after class. That had like more detailed instructions on how to get it running. So I love that. I love to see it. Community taught, folks. Community taught. Thank you. Cool. All right, so we respond with that HTML file that came from the EJS, and that is how we see everything that is now on the page in the DOM. Questions before we take our break? We're going to walk through how to set up the env file. We're going to walk through how to do the rest of this. Yep. Mindwolf already did it too. Mindwolf, can you DM me the video where you walk through that just so I can link it after class, please? Someone please tell me how to make my VS Code smaller. You mean like the text? You can change the font size inside your settings. Is the database to-dos an API? It's part of our API. The API is all the pieces, right? The API is the get, the post, the put, the delete, like all the code that we wrote to hear what's happening in our application, right? All the code I wrote to hear like those requests, and then the stuff that I do, that's our API. Like we get to write the code that hears those requests, and we get to decide what happens. All of that is our API. Oh, if you have my code, there's probably the VS Code settings.json, and you'll notice that I have my editor set to 42 and my terminal set to 42 so that folks can see it easier on the screen when I'm streaming. But you could just change that size or do it in your settings. Delete that folder. That folder should technically be in my what? I just forgot it. That folder should go into my what? My git ignore. Yeah. So when I push changes, I'll put it in my git ignore so it doesn't pop up. Cool. All right. One more question before we take our break? DB's like, I got this. 7 minutes on the timer. Cool. All right. Git ignore. Somebody said, what's git ignore? Git ignore is a file that you can put the things that you don't want to be pushed to GitHub, right? So I don't want to push my node module folders because it's typically huge. And I don't want to push my .env file because that's where all my secrets are, right? And I don't mean like my deep dark secrets I don't want anybody to know about. I mean my connection to my database or stuff like that. So I put that in my env file. I'm going to show you how that works. If we don't get to it tonight, we'll do that on Thursday. I'll walk through how it works and all that stuff. But I don't want those going out to GitHub so people can't yoink them. I keep my emotional issues in there. All right, folks, let's take our break. John, should we do leak code over code wars? I think you should do code wars until you feel pretty comfortable with code wars. And then once we hit the hunt, we switch to leak code. So for folks that are like data structures, algorithms, right. We're like data structures, algorithms. We're not there yet. We're gonna do daily data structures and algorithms prep. I'm gonna walk you from like very simple code to another coding challenge, to another coding challenge, to another coding challenge. And through these coding challenges, we're going to build up from kind of like no data structures and algorithms knowledge all the way through like hash mapping with the best of them, right? And so we did it last cohort, and it was probably one of my favorite parts of the whole cohort was just like being in those Discord voice calls, working through the code together. And so we're going to do that. You're going to work from like just very basic like functions all the way up to the complex data structures and algorithms that you'll need for your interviews. So we're just not at that point yet. It's coming. For now, I think code wars are good because they're easier to get into. You can do one a day, but if you're already done, I just like somebody's tweet. I'm going to retweet it later. They did all the 8Qs. Like there's no 8Qs left. So if you've done all the 8Qs, you're like done the 7Qs, like you're halfway through, and you want a little bit more of a challenge, start throwing in some of the leak codes as well. Like, I'm asking you to do a coding challenge every day. You don't have to make it hard on yourself. Do the easy ones for right now, right? Like, do the easy ones. Get the habits, the important part. The whole part of this, right, is the habit, right? Remember, we are going to be software engineers for our career, right? And so we want to develop these habits so that we can do the heavier lifting when it comes to data structures, algorithms, leak codes, stuff like that, right? We want to be able to carry these concepts into like our day-to-day life as a software engineer. So when you're working on code at the agency, these data structures and algorithms might pop up. And so it's not something that you want as like a one-off thing, right? Develop the habit now of doing the coding challenges so that by the time we get to the hunt, you feel comfortable ramping up your data structures and algorithms knowledge. And then that knowledge stays with you. Like, once you understand certain concepts, right? Once you understand certain concepts, they don't leave you as a software engineer. Once you understand, I'm going to say hash map again, but once you understand hash maps, like the funny thing that a lot of my students do is every problem solved with a hash map for like 2 weeks, right? Like, I don't care. It could be like a CSS problem and they're like, how do I hash map this? Right? Like, and so those like, it's like a level of, I don't want to say enlightenment, but it's like a whole new level unlocks in your brain once you start to add these data structures and algorithms to your repertoire. And we just don't need them yet. So don't burn out and don't push yourself if you don't need to, right? They're really fun. They are really fun. Cool. All right. Let's keep pushing here. So we did the get first. Now it's time to do the post. So let's go back and take a look at our post. And I'm going to add something to the to-do list. And so let's go ahead and, oh, yeah. Hold on one second. Let me pull that up. There was a raffle today. So I am going to grab those responses from the raffle real quick. All right, let me pull up the raffle names. Name picker. All right, so we have 819 people that opened the email and filled out the form for the raffle. One of the interesting things I find myself doing is kind of, I have a lot of time where I only have one hand because I am holding baby with the other. I've gotten really great at like responding to like emails. I've gotten really great at like even like doing some mild coding. But a lot of times I'm just by myself, like in a dark room holding my child, and they're knocked out asleep, right? And so I was like, this would be a really good time for coffee chats to keep myself awake, to help some folks that may be struggling with things as we get into the hunt. And so to help me stay awake and to help folks that might need it, I'm going to open up some coffee chats. I'm going to go slow, but coffee chats are one of my favorite things to do with last cohort. I really want to incorporate them with this cohort. So the people that win this raffle will be the first people that I will do coffee chats with. So let's just pick 3 for now. And you'll get a message from me on Twitch about setting up the coffee chat, and we'll make it work. So 3 for now. Pick random names. All right. Jappel, ZRT, and James, congrats on the win. You'll get a message from me on Twitch. I'll try and do it after stream, but probably tomorrow if I can't right after stream. So you'll get a message from me. Let's do our coffee chat. Congratulations on the win. Let me put this over here so I don't forget it. And we'll start the coffee chats up again. Back in the day, I was doing like 10, 20 a day. I don't think we're going to get up to that level, but I do want to incorporate them back in. So super excited to start talking to some of you all one-on-one. Happy to talk about anything that you want to talk about. Sometimes folks want to just kind of get some help with crafting their story or just want to shoot the shit. That's cool with me. Folks that have redeemed the portfolio reviews and things like that through the channel points, I'm going to start reaching out to you all now that I'm back in the mix. Okay. Cool. All right. So let's get back into this. Let's get back into the mix with this to-do list. And so let's go ahead and do our post. How am I going to submit this post? Thanks, Grandma. Exactly. Thanks, Grandma. How am I going to do this post? Yeah, I'm going to submit the form. Yeah, I'm going to submit the form. And when I submit the form, it's going to make a post to my server. So let's say we put in something. Let's put something in here. Let's put in coffee because we were talking about coffee chats. I click submit. When I click submit, I make a post request to my server. So post request leaves my client side, goes to my server side. On the server is my API code. Part of that API code was an app.post. And where does the route come from? Where does the route for the post come from? Yeah, if we look at the form, let's use our inspector. If we look at the form, there is a action on the form. Sorry, it's kind of hard with the stuff on top of it. There's an action on this form called add to do. So that's going to wind up being the route for this post request coming from this form. The action is what Express, which is handling our API, is going to listen for to know which post we're talking about. Because we could have 20 different forms on this page that are all making posts, right? And so the action, exactly, Grizzly, is the route in this case. So let's go ahead and draw that out again. So we had the post request that made it to our server. Server had some API code, right? That's beautiful. And then we had an app.post that had the route of add to do, and that came from the action that was on the form. Now, when I sent this post request to the server, what went along with that post request? Yeah, that request body goes along with the post. And part of that request body, so like we're sending a lot of data. I showed it before, I'll show it again, but a lot of data goes with these requests. And in that request is going to be the request body. And part of that request body is going to be what was inside that form. So in that request body, there's going to be some coffee, right? That was what was inside that form. In that request body, we're going to see coffee. And how do we know which input we're dealing with? Like, how do I know, like, what if this form was like 40 inputs deep? How would I know which input I cared about? Like, I just want the thing to do input. I don't want any other the inputs that could be in our form. Yeah. We inspect. We're going to see that our input has a name property of to do item. That's how I can differentiate between all the different inputs that may be in a form, is by looking at their names. So the names on the input. So this has to do item. So what I'm going to wind up looking for is rec.body.to-do item, right? That's what I'm going to look for. And in that to-do item input was the word coffee. And so that coffee got sent along with my post. Cool. Now, once the request makes it to the server and the Smurf that's on duty to hear the post request, right? The Smurf hears the post request. What's the first thing my Smurf is going to do? What's the first thing my Smurf? We all know what coffee means. Yo. Oh, I got a VIP. Hold on. Hold on. Where are they at? Oh, y'all went too fast. Y'all went too fast. There we go. Hold on. All right, Maxwell Wins gets VIP. You make me giggle out loud on stream. You know what that does. Cool. All right. Coffee chats, whole new meaning. Where's Dab? Shout out Dab. Where's Dab when we need them? Coffee chats have a whole new meaning. All right. Where are y'all finding these coffee chats? All right. Leon's coffee chat gonna be lit. All right. So we made a post request. Along with that post request was all the information that was in that request body, including that word coffee that was in our form, right? And all that gets sent to our server. The first thing that our Smurf hears, right? The very first thing that our Smurf hears is that post request. And the first thing it's going to do is get the value, right? It's going to grab that value of coffee. So it's going to grab that value from the request body. It's going to look at the request body to do item that came along with the request. And we know that that is coffee. So once it's grabbed that value of coffee, what's the next thing the Smurf is going to do once it has that value? Yeah. All right, Sage, I see you. It's going to add it to the database, right? It's going to add that value to the database. So we're going to go to our database. We're going to add that value to the database. Add to DB. And then once we're done adding that value of coffee to the database, what are we going to do? Yeah, we're going to respond. We're going to respond. And we're going to say everything went okay. Right, we're going to respond saying everything went okay and that you should probably refresh. Right? You should probably refresh. Cool. And once we refresh, what's going to happen? Once this refreshes, what's going to happen? What type of request? What type of request are we going to make? Yeah, we're going to make a GET request, right? And that GET request is going to go to the database. It's going to find all the documents that are in our database. But now, instead of there being 3 documents in our database, there's going to be 4. 4, right? There's going to be 4. Right? And that's why we're seeing 4 items in our to-do list. Cool. All right. Let's break down the code behind what's happening with this post. Let me refresh the DB here. Cool. You see that there are 4 in here. Makes it a little bit smaller. Cool. Yeah, there's 1 of 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4 documents now in our to-dos collection. Cool. All right. So let's look at this post. All right. The post, app.post on the add to do route One more time, chat. Where did the route come from? Where did the route come from? Yeah. That route comes from the action on the form that made the post request, right? Comes from the action on the form that made the post request. Beautiful. So we could have plenty of different forms that could all be making requests, and we could differentiate between the different forms based on the different actions that each form had, and then our API is set up to hear a post on that particular form's action. Cool. So the Smurf hears that post request come through, and we go to our database that we're already connected to. We find the to-dos collection, and the reason why MongoDB is so beautiful is we don't have to big brain it. We can just go ahead and say insert one. We don't have to learn some fancy querying language. We don't have to learn some dusty documentation that we have to read through. No, you want to put something into the database, insert one into the database. I love it. Baddies friendly. Exactly. Baddies friendly. All right. So we went to our database. We found the to-dos collection. We insert something into that collection. Why does this look like we're inserting an object? Why does this look like we're inserting an object? Because we are. Exactly. Documents are just objects, right? And so we're going to insert that document into our to-dos collection. We're inserting that object into our to-dos collection, and we can tell right off the jump what properties that document is going to have because we set them up here, right? This now is going, every single document that goes into this collection is going to have a thing property and a completed property. I could change these to whatever the heck I want, right? I could change this to rainbow unicorn attack, right? And now when I insert a document, right? When I insert a document into my database, right? It's going to have a property of rainbow unicorn attack. So instead of it saying thing, it would say rainbow unicorn attack, right? And I could change this to complete it to something else. I could change that to, I can't spell it. Pretend I spelled out Zaboomafoo. Just pretend I spelled out Zaboomafoo, right? I could put Zab in there, right? Right? And that would work. And then each of my documents inside of my collection would have the property of rainbow unicorn attack, and it would have the property of Zaboomafoo. Total control of what we put into our MongoDB, right? But that's not really best practice. So I'm going to leave it at thing for now. We could probably find a better name for thing. Maybe like to do item or something like that, and complete it, right? Is this how we make user accounts and such? Bev, it's going to be the exact same process. When we have user authentication and we're storing those users into our database, we're going to have a collection called users, and each user is going to be a document in our collection. The only thing that will be a little bit different is that we're going to do something called hashing, so we're not storing their password like in plain text in the document. But it's the same idea. Whatever type of data we're trying to store, we're just going to make a collection for that data, right? And we're going to have a document for each piece that we care about. Cool. Has anyone seen a good article explaining schemas? We're not there yet. We're gonna get into MVC, and then we're gonna talk about, once we have a basic idea of MVC, like model view controller, we'll get into like schemas and stuff like that in depth. At first, you don't really have to really worry about it when you're first building, but over time, it makes it way more maintainable to have that type of stuff. Cool. All right. Hey, just started. Can you start at the beginning? Catch the VOD. So the VOD is always immediately available after stream, and then all of our classes make their way over to YouTube as well. ! YouTube. If you get stuck or have questions, come to our Discord. ! Discord. This is clicking more tonight. Glad to hear that, Fairy. I'm excited for you. Excited for all of us, but that's great to hear that it's clicking more for you. All right. Alrighty. So we had that to-do request. Sorry, that post request that came along. When that Smurf heard the post request, we went to our database. We found the to-dos collection. We inserted a new document, a new object into that collection. And that object had a thing property and a completed property. Now the completed property, we hard code it, right? There's no way that we could change what this was. Like, we just hard code it, right? We just hard code it false. So it doesn't matter what the user submitted in the form. It doesn't matter what they did. Every single document that we're creating is going to have a completed property of false, right? So right now, there's no way for somebody to like submit a to-do that's already been completed. We've just hard coded it. However, the thing we can grab from the form, right? So when that post request comes through, right? When that post request comes through, we can grab from the request body the information they sent with that form, right? So if we look at our EJS, we can see that our input has the name of to-do item. When this form submits a request, that request body is going to be sent. All the information that was inside that form is going to be sent, and we can yoink it. We can do request.body and grab the value that was in that, grab the value that was inside of that input by using the name, right? So we see it has the name of to-do item. We can grab that value should we want it. Rec.body.to-do item will give us the value that comes out of the input. Cool. Let's see if we can console log this actually. So let's go ahead and just do a console.log, and we're gonna do rec, or sorry, I'm so used to shortening it with rec. Request. Well, let's just do the whole request, and then let's console log the request.body just so we can see it. Cool. So I'm going to chill my server, restart it. All right, port 21. All right. And let's go back here and refresh. All right, and let's add something to our stream to-do list. Watch Mayan Wolf stream tomorrow. There we go. Beautiful. Cool. So I'm going to submit it. And so I now have on my list, watch Mayan Wolf stream tomorrow. And if I look at my, it's going to be wild. If I look at my terminal here, look at all this crap that was sent with the request. I'm not even going to scroll all the way up, but there's just a lot of crap here, right? All that stuff is being sent, right? All that stuff is being sent with the request, right? Look at all those chickens, right? All that stuff is being sent with that request. And what I was able to do was then to just look at the body part. Like we can see that the body is here. Like here's the body that was part of, like this up was the request. All of that crap is set with every single request that you're making. Let's just think about that. Right? You're on your phone, boop, 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 boop. Every single request you're making, sending all that data, whizzing around the internets, through the wires, through the tubes around us, boop, 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 right? Going across the ocean, going out through Starlink satellites, right? Like all this stuff is being sent with every request, right? And we're able to pick apart the piece that we care about. Pick apart the piece that we care. Say that 5 times. Pick apart the piece. Pick apart the piece. Pick apart. That's not that bad. Request.body, right? So we yoinked the body, and we can see part of that body was the to-do item, right? The to-do item and the value of watch Mind Wolf tomorrow, right? So we were able to grab that value that we wanted, right, out. And then we can go a level deeper and say to-do item. Like I want from that request body, I want the to-do item property. And that is what gave me watch Mind Wolf tomorrow, right? We're able to dig through and grab the pieces we want out of these requests. I'm going to delete these so we don't have the request each time blowing up my terminal. Let me restart real quick. All right, 21. And so we're able to grab the piece that we want, and we're then able to create a new document, right? Create a new document in our collection that has a thing property and a completed property. And now we know what's also going to be stored. So if we go and look at our MongoDB and we refresh, we can see at the end we have a new document, thing with watch Mind Wolf tomorrow, completed false. Can you talk a bit about preventing adding duplicates to the DB? We're not there yet. There are many ways that we can do that down the line. It's not something we want to think about right now. There's tons. Yeah, there's upsert. There's all that fun stuff we can get into. It's a little too much for right now. I'm happy to do it like during an office hours or something like that, where we can go a little bit deeper. I just don't want to confuse people right now. But yeah, so we'll get into it. And eventually, one of the things that we're going to eventually do is right now, we are actually like modifying and making changes by grabbing stuff from the DOM. What does each individual document in our database have? What does each individual document in our database have? It has an ID. So to kind of answer your question, eventually we won't really be using the data itself to find stuff in the database or anything like that. We'll be using the IDs, and IDs will make it so that we can edit individual things, right? To be able to make sure we're targeting that document and only that document. And then there'll be some other strategies we can use to stop duplicates as well. Yeah. Cool. All right. Questions about the post. Well, sorry, we did the post, right? Let's finish it up. We added the document to our to-dos collection. The then fires. I have a nice little handy dandy console log so I can see that something happened. And then my response to the client is to do what? My response to the client is to do what? My response is to refresh. Exactly. My response is to refresh. When I refresh, I trigger a what? When I refresh, I trigger a what? A get. Exactly. I trigger a get request. Wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. All right. Questions about the get and the post. I know we're spending a lot of time on this, but it's really important. This is honestly like the most important stuff that we'll cover, because if you understand how to do a get, a post, and then a put and a delete, you can build whatever you want, and it's super powerful. So if you're already leagues ahead with this, right, and you're feeling really comfortable with this stuff, great. Hop in Discord, help folks that are struggling with it a little bit, right? And if you're just catching up tonight, that's great. Like, that's where I want you to be. I want this stuff to make sense. We're gonna spend significant time on it because it's just that important. Once you get CRUD down, the world is yours. Can you explain the add to do route again? Sure, Major. So the add to do, like, how do I know what form is making the post? Well, if I look at my actual forms, they have an action called to do and very clearly a method called post. So when this form submits, like when I either click the submit button or hit enter, it's going to make a post request to my server, right? And how do I differentiate between which form is making the request? Well, it's the action. The action is what I use to make the route for this post. If I had another form with a different action, I could have a different post for that. I was having a lot of trouble finding the crumbs going back and forth between server and EJS, but tonight's been so helpful for that. That's good to hear. Some concerns about how like we're editing the database. Yeah, like right now, like our updates are like really they're not like how we would do it. Eventually we're going to be using the IDs. That'll make it a little bit easier. We'll be sanitizing, all that fun stuff. We're just not there yet. Well, let's get the CRUD basics down, and then we'll do all the stuff that makes our applications a little bit more robust. Yeah. What does it mean that the completed false? I want to keep track of whether or not I've completed the items on my to-do list. So I got oat milk yesterday. I got fancy bread yesterday. I got biscuits yesterday. I got coffee today. So all those things are already done or completed, right? So the way I'm keeping track of whether or not they are completed, I can actually show you. When I look at how they're all false right now, right? But as soon as I refresh my view of the database, you're going to see that all of them are now marked true, except for watch mine will stream tomorrow, because that hasn't happened yet. I just haven't marked it as true yet. It will be true, but I haven't marked it as true yet, right? And so that completed is just what I'm using to keep track of whether or not the user has marked that value complete. And when I insert my documents, I'm just hard coding a completed of false. And eventually when we get to our updates, right? When we get to our updates, we'll use the update to change this from false to true in the database. Or what we can do is if I click it again, the completed goes back to false. And so then it just shows like normal. Mm-hmm. Is MongoDB reliable for production, or is it just for learning purposes? Super reliable for production. Lots of really big companies use it effectively. I think it's great for MVPs. I think it's great for simple apps that you're trying to get out the door. My speed using MongoDB is like next level. For a lot of my like more robust apps, I use Postgres, but I'm no stranger to using MongoDB for stuff in production. I love it. Some people have quirks with it, but I'm a person that likes to get shit done. And if I can get it done faster, that's always a good thing for me. I'm not gonna try and write the best, most performant code for an MVP, you know. Can always refactor later. Refactoring's for closers. But for teaching, I like teaching with MongoDB because it helps. It's way more visual. You can see what the heck's happening. And yeah, we'll do a little bit of Postgres at the end. A little bit ahead. Are we going to learn passwords? Are we going to use something that hashes them for us. Yes, anything that has to do with like passwords or user login, we don't want to get got, so we're going to use tools off the shelf that do it for us. Bcrypt, things like that, right? We're not going to ever write that from scratch unless like you go do your PhD in cybersecurity or something. Like it's not worth it. My husband works for a bank and they use MongoDB. Yeah, it's used all over the place. It's a really wonderful tool. And that's all coming down the pipeline, folks. Where, like I said, we're going to add MVC on top of this. Then we're going to add user authentication on top of this. And then we'll add new ways of doing the front end, basically with React on top of this. We got some other fun stuff that we'll do, some other projects that we'll build with all the pieces. And then we'll move into our data structures and algorithms. Major said Shroud is live, got to go. All right, me too. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. 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 Hey. Let's go. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, no matter where you're coming from. Hope you all are doing well. Hello, it's Rufio with the raid. Let's go. Rufio. What is going on, everybody? Welcome back. Happy Thursday. We online. Let's go. We online. Hey, Rufio, thank you for the raid. I appreciate Stream Team pulling in. Huh. Gotta love the Stream Team, folks. You just gotta love it. Makes me so happy to see the raids. Makes me so happy to see all the 100 Devs community hanging out. Even when we're not live on Tuesdays and Thursdays, it's wonderful to see. Rufio, Fox, Mindwolf, gotta love it. We outside, we online. Hey, everybody, welcome back. We got some CRUD to finish. We got to finish this API because we got to get the MVC and authentication, because once we finish the MVC and the authentication, the world's ours. But whatever the heck we want, nobody can stop us. Let's go. Yo, Indifferent in the house. Indifferent Ghost, how you been, man? How you been? Good to see you. Thank you so much for being here. Hope you're doing well. It's good to see you. All right, everybody. We're getting right into it. Slides are the same from last class, so don't worry. If you have the slides, you're ready to go. If you need the slides, exclamation point slides, they're really just a tool for us to think and move through our code together. We're gonna add the updating, the delaying. We're gonna look at all the glue. A lot of folks are kind of asking questions about like the env files and stuff like that, so we're gonna see all that come together. We're gonna make sure you understand all the bits and bobs of the to-do list. Then you got some homework, which is to look at the MVC version of this code. I updated it on Discord, so you have that. Take a peek. You have a video to watch on MVC, and you have to finish the Traversy Media course if you have not already. So you got a action-packed weekend ahead of you. Mindwolf will be doing their office hours on Sunday as well. They sent me a message, so you got some extra help if you need it as you're doing the homework. And then next week, the MVC, the authentication. I can't tell you, like it's superpowers. It's superpowers. You are about to unlock some of the most amazing superpowers you will ever unlock in your life. The idea to build an app that can create, read, update, and delete. After today, you'll be able to do all those pieces. You'll have the to-do list to start with whenever you want to build that. And by the end of next week, you'll be adding MVC and authentication. Like, what? I love it. So I'm glad you're all here to partake, to get into it. To work through this in detail so we can see it, ask all of our questions, and then we're going to start picking up the pace a little bit, because we got to get through the MVC, we got to get through the authentication, we got to build some apps, and then we got to get on the hunt. I met with Bilal yesterday. I don't know if they're ready for this, Bilal. I don't know if they're ready for Hunttober. What? Hunttober? Oh, we got a lot that we're planning for you. A lot of fun stuff that we're going to get into. We're planning. Me and Blob putting in work. You ain't ready, but we're gonna get you there. All right. So as always, if you got questions, I got answers. Always like to give folks a few seconds to get in here. None of my lights are on. What am I doing? Hold on. Wait a minute. There we go. Whew. Hold on. This is dark mode. Exactly. There we go. Whew. There we go. I need my beauty light. It smooths things out, you know. All right. Anything to catch up on if it's my first time? Yeah, you got about 44 other classes to catch up on. You can do !Discord. And when you join that, we have a catch-up crew that you can join. You can do !YouTube and see all of the past 44 videos of our cohort 2 playlists. There we go. All right. I'll do another couple of questions before we get started. We're just getting right into the CRUD tonight. So we're just going to skip right to CRUD. So let's give folks another minute or two to get in here. I'm going to answer some questions and we're right into it. Yeah, I loved we saw something the Ketchup Crew was doing, which I thought was really neat. They created a thread for the month. Like if you're starting in August, you join that thread. So that's something we're going to make official. Blah and I were talking about that yesterday, about like having a specific thread with some extra goodies in there, so that each month as folks are starting in the Ketchup Crew, they have like a place to latch on. And if you go faster, you join a different thread. If you go slow down, you join a different thread. And so we're going to help organize that a little bit. Yeah. Some good changes coming to Discord, because we're Discord partner now, which is, it's actually not super easy to get. I actually think that was one of the harder ones to get, because we're now Twitch partners, YouTube partners, and Discord partners, which is pretty cool. So, you know, no big deal. Let's go. All right. We don't get got. We go. I'm thinking of doing 100 days of code, and I'm catching up. Would I snitch on myself if I do the challenge because of recruiters seeing? So what I say is, like, once you're ready for the hunt, right? Like once you're ready for the hunt, you kind of chill out the stuff you do on Twitter. No recruiter's like digging through like months of your Twitter history to like see, oh, they did 100 days of code. Also, anyone can do 100 days of code. Like you don't have to be like new. You could be like senior and picking up a different language or something like that. So the only thing I say is, if you're going to be public about your learning journey, that's one of the best things you could ever do, because you get encouragement, you get other folks that are willing to help and support you. And then once you're like really ready for the hunt, you start kind of smoothing stuff out on your social profiles. But I'm going to help you with that. We're going to bring up some examples too. Like when I tell you I'm going to get you ready for the hunt, I'm going to get you ready for the hunt, right? There's a lot of stuff that past 100 devs folks have done that really moved the needle in helping them to get a job. And it's a lot of stuff that's not really out there. It's really hard to kind of come across this information, because not a lot of people have been like on the ground helping hundreds of people get jobs in different places, locations, stuff like that. So there's a lot of stuff that I've picked up, and I've been privileged to pick up because I've been doing this for 10 years, that I try to bake into a few classes. And so we'll get you there, but we're not really ready for it yet. I wouldn't stress about it. Building in public, learning in public is one of the best things you could do. Shrewd said, your resume helped me get a job. Hey, congrats. That's good to hear. The resume is lit. Some people people don't get it, right? There's a system, and if you don't do the system, the stuff by themselves often doesn't work. So like every once in a while, the resume will go like viral on Twitter, and they're like, it doesn't, like, the robots aren't able to pick up this like specific thing in the resume. And I'm like, yeah, because if a robot is looking at your resume, you've already fucked up. Like, why would I optimize for robots when that's like not the way to get the job, right? Like, we're here to network our way into opportunities. So I'm going to optimize for the thing that actually works. I don't know. how good do the projects in my portfolio have to be to confidently start the job hunt? You want one really meaty project. If you have one really meaty project that you can talk about from beginning to end, the things that you had to learn, the things you had to do, the things you had to build, that's better than like 5 tutorials that you followed off of YouTube, right? That's why we really switched to you building projects. And this whole time you've been building small projects, right? Because just following the tutorial is never enough. You always want to do something that's your own from beginning to end, that has your own flavor, your own personality baked into it. And that's the point of the 100 hours project. That's what helps you set apart from other candidates. When they're comparing 2 candidates and there's a candidate that's done 10 tutorials and you can clearly see that the code is following a tutorial versus somebody that sunk 100 hours into their own project, the person that sunk their 100 hours into their own project is getting hired every single time. I didn't even apply. A recruiter reached out to me. It works. Let's go. Let's go. I wish I could actually get interviews to talk about my 100 hours project. I'll get you there. We haven't really started the process to get the inbound interest from recruiters or the outbound pulls that we'll be doing. So don't worry, you're in the place you need to be. When we get there, you'll be ready. Here, this is class 45. And the other thing too is I'm not the biggest fan of like, right now there's a lot of recruiter spam. And one of the things that I see a lot of students get caught up in is they lean into the recruiter spam before they're ready for the hunt. And when you lean into the recruiter spam before you're ready for the hunt, it goes nowhere and you get demotivated, right? Like you have these, like some really big companies reach out to you. You get really, really, really excited. You're like, oh my gosh, AWS just reached out to me. You spend 3 weeks like getting prepared for that interview, and then they like ghost you, or you like do the first round and that's it. So I see so many folks at this point in the process that stall out because the recruiter spam is really enticing. When you see a big company that you know reach out to you, you're like, whoa, like I gotta respond. And it detracts from their process that if they would have stayed the course in a month, they could have reached back out to that recruiter and have been a better spot and would have been a better experience. So just be careful with the recruiter spam. I see a lot of folks that really get their hopes up. And not that if you're ready, you're ready, right? Like don't let me say that you're not ready, but if you're ready for it, it's great. If you're not ready for it, it can be something that really distracts you and something that can really stall your forward momentum and your motivation. Like the hunt is so much about managing. Like the first thing I ask you to do is learn how to manage your frustration. The hunt is all about that, managing your frustration. And those first couple big interviews almost never go your way, and you don't want that to stall you out and make it so you can't continue on in the process. So be careful. Know that the spam is off the charts right now, and don't over invest in interviewing at just one place. Invest in yourself to be ready for multiple places that you'll be interview ready for. Yeah. This is so true. My first rejection hurt real bad. It took a week to recover. Yeah, this is a really sensitive time. And so just be careful, take care of yourself, and just keep investing in yourself, right? Like making sure right now you should be investing in understanding how to build full stack web applications. And the reason why that investment is really important is because in a month, when we're really starting to think about the hunt, you will stand out from all the candidates that can't build full stack web applications, which is a lot of folks that are looking for jobs that can't build a backend CRUD API. You will be able to do that. You will have projects in your portfolio that prove that. And it's one of the puzzle pieces that's going to open a door for you. That's where you should be. You should be investing in that part of the process so you can open those few doors that would be closed to others that didn't. We'll have time to get the other pieces. We'll have time to get those interviews coming your way. But like I said, we're all on the same roller coaster. We all get there at different speeds. Some folks really do have to jump right into the hunt. Like, time is of the essence. They don't have time to wait until we get there. All of our past classes are on YouTube, right? Like, if you're somebody that really needs a job tomorrow and the pace that we're going is not right for this moment, that's fine. Still join us for class when you can. But all the past classes are on YouTube. Go full speed ahead. But for most folks that I think are going at the pace that we've been going, we'll get you there. Give me another month. Cool. Alrighty. Thank you for the questions. I was getting a lot of, do you want to own your own business venture? No, please stop. I get that when I go to IKEA. When I go to IKEA, my wife and I always get approached by these like people that are like, oh, do you want to own your own business? So like, and I'm like, I'm trying to get a couch, bruh. Like, thanks, I guess, but no, I'm good. I don't know what it is about IKEA these days, but they be out there. Leon versus the Odin Project. What do you pick? The Odin Project, because Leon's just a person. 100 devs. That's the bee's knees, I've heard. All right, let's get into this. If you haven't already, please go ahead and check in. ! Check in. Please go ahead and do that. I'll give everybody a second. The link was in Discord. And also remember, check-in doesn't actually check you in. You still have to click the link to Twitter to like, retweet. It's something that whenever like right now, Blah and I met to start talking about how we're handling kind of the influx of like verifications and reference requests. And so that's something we're working on right now. One of the things that we look at before we say yes is, all right, were you checking in? Were you retweeting? Were you actually here? Have you submitted the projects? All that fun stuff. We'll be talking about that more next week. And we'll be letting you know what that process looks like so you can get the support that you need. Cool. All right. Remember, health first, health first. This part of the process is a lot. Every day, and this is something that I'm trying now. What? What? No, that's wild. Sipsy with the 50 gifted subs. That is wild. Sipsy, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Whoa. Ballin'. That's wild. Thank you so much. Yo, if you all just got a sub from Sipsy, can you throw some emotes into the chat, please? Let's show Sipsy some love. Thank you for the subs. I appreciate that. That's wild. 50 bomb. Wow. I haven't seen a 50 bomb in a while. That's something. I think that might be the most. There we go. Hey, Sipsy, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. Hope you're doing well. That's how we start off a stream. That's wild. Yeah, and thank you everybody for the primes, and a lot of folks are resubbing and all that fun stuff. I really appreciate it. Probably next week I'm going to show you what we brought in last year for RC. It was substantial. It really does help. I appreciate everybody. Cool. All right, let's keep pushing here. I'm not going to go back through the slides. I just want to make sure that we're talking about putting your health first. And there's something that I've been experimenting with, because I think I might want to make it a recommendation for students. But whenever I give advice on what I think you should be doing in terms of like productivity or learning to code, I always trial myself. So here's something that I've been trying that has been really successful for me in the past week or so, especially as time's been at a premium. every day there are certain things that I'm asking you to do. I'm asking you to do Banky. I'm asking you to do your code wars. I'm asking you to network. I'm asking you to start on your 100 hours project unofficially, officially very soon. I'm asking you to do reading. I'm asking you to watch some videos. I'm asking you to comment some code. There's a lot of little things that I'm asking you to do pretty consistently, and it's a lot. What I am trialing is listing out all the things I have to do every day and only doing, like, let's say there's 6 things I have to do. I'm only doing 4 of them. And every day that 4 out of 6 can change. I have to hit 4 out of 6, right? But the 4 out of 6 I have to do, I get to like pick, and it enables me to, whatever I have the energy for that day, to do, right? And to me, that's been a lot more freeing than trying to be super regimented with a set of 6 every day. Because sometimes I just don't, right? Like sometimes I just don't have the energy to do all 6. And what I find is if I go a day or worse, like 2 days without doing all 6, I feel really bad. I feel really bad. And then that like negativity carries over into the next couple of days. Right. And so I've been experimenting with this like 4 out of 6 idea. Like it must be a minimum of 4, but if you do 5, it's okay. Right. Minimum, like, yeah, around 70%. And it's been like really successful, like way more successful than I've been in a very long time. Because I can say, you know what, I really don't want to network today, or I really don't want to do X, right? And that having that like wiggle room has been very, very freeing. And so I've been really productive using that method over the past couple of weeks. And so I'm going to keep trying it. And then I think that maybe would be a recommendation to the core. I don't know if it's 100% a recommendation yet, but as all this stuff is coming up, make sure you're taking care of yourself. Make sure you're evaluating your needs, giving yourself some room and grace to get through these next few months that are asking a lot of you. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. It doesn't matter what you do all the time. It matters what you do most of the time. Yep. I really like that bit of advice. And I was watching a video the other day. It was like consistency is like doing something more often than not, right? And I was like, okay, that makes sense. But yeah, so as I keep doing it, I'll update. But do what you need to do to take care of yourself in these next couple of weeks, because it's really important that you get a lot of stuff done. Now, there's one thing that I think is really important to do every day, and that's pushing your code to GitHub so you get those delicious green squares. But if you miss a day, hello, it's Rufio had a wonderful stream on showing you how to backfill your GitHub history to get those delicious green squares should you need them. Cool. All right. I'm going to skip everything here, and we're just going to get right back into the code here. So we went through the beginnings of CRUD last class, right? We went through the creating, the reading, and now we have to get into the updating and the deleting. So I'm going to skip here to the updating, and let's look at our wonderful to-do list here. What Rufio VOD is that? It's actually in the follow along materials channel. But Rufio, if you're still here, if you message me that video, I'll put it in the follow-up to Discord today. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, I'll make sure that it goes in the follow-up from in today's class on Discord. Cool. Alrighty. So here is our wonderful to-do list. And we have 2 things. We saw the creating, right? The creating was adding something to our to-do list, like I don't know, get oat milk, get fancy bread. What's something else we should do? We should get pickles. I like pickles. All right, get pickles. Right. So we create it. Right. When we create it, we made a request to our server. The server had some code on it called our API. There was a Smurf listening for that create request. When it heard the create request, it took the data out of the form that was sent along with the request. It sent it to our database and then told our browser to refresh. When we refreshed, we made a GET request, which made a request to our server. The Smurf heard that request. It went to the database, found all the documents, plugged those into our EJS, and then spit out HTML from the EJS and then sent that as a response. Right. So now we have two last things that I want to walk through before we get to the glue, and that is updating and deleting. So should we do updating or deleting first? Let's do a poll. There we go. New poll started. U or D, update or delete? What do you want to do? I think delete's harder to spell than update, so I think that might be the because a lot of people are spelling delete wrong. It's okay. I can't spell it either. Y'all woke up and chose the hard ones today. It's not even close. The update's coming in clutch first. Not even close. Alrighty. About 20 seconds left here. Joanna, thank you for the hydration. Cheers to you. Scam VR. Hey, thank you for the posture check. Get in here. Be good. There we go. And with 77%, the update has it. All right. So chat, what is the update here in our to-do list? What can we update here? We out here for the challenge. Exactly. Yeah, we can mark stuff as completed or not. So if I click on get pickles, let's say I went to the store and I got my pickles, we can see that it is striked through, it's grayed out, and also like our to-dos like left went down. That's something separate that we'll see in a second. But the idea here is that we can update whether or not something has been marked completed or not. So if I click on pickles again, what will eventually, did I click on it? There we go. When I click on it, we'll see that it is no longer grayed out, right? And the strike through is gone. So I can complete something, like mark it completed, like I did that to do, and I can uncomplete it. I can mark it incomplete. And so we have two different things that we're really doing here. We're completing and we are uncompleting. Like we're saying, hey, I didn't do that. Like let's bring it back. So if we were to start with what's actually happening here, before we look at the code, let's see if we can talk through what's happening. What's the only thing that can hear me clicking on pickles? It's an odd question, but what's the only thing that can hear me clicking on pickles? Yeah, our client side event listeners, our Smurfs, are the only things that can hear us clicking on get pickles. Remember, our application is still two parts. We have a client side and we have a server side. And in fact, we can just do this because this is our client side. Client side makes requests to our server. Beautiful. And so when I am clicking on pickles, I am actually clicking on something client side. So the only thing that can hear that would be my client side JavaScript. Yep, the JavaScript that's running in our browser, right? So it doesn't matter what's happening over here just yet. We need to write the code that can listen for that click. And once that code hears the click, then we get to decide what to do with that click. We're probably going to make a request to our server, but that's an extra step, right? So the very first thing that has to happen is that we need some JavaScript running client side that can hear our clicks. Now, once that JavaScript hears the click, what are we going to do? Like what are we going to write that code to do? Yeah, some people are saying it. Yeah, we're going to make a fetch, right? We're going to make a fetch. And the cool thing about making fetch happen, right? The cool thing about making a fetch happen from the client side, right, is that we get to describe what type of method we want it to be. So we could say make a put, we could say make a delete. And when I say put, I really mean what? When I say put, I really mean what? Update, exactly. So I can say to my fetch, hey, make a put request, which is an update request, Anybody got like a Skillshare class on like handwriting? Is there a Udemy course on like how to write? I need it. uh all right. It's hard on the iPad. I wish it was the iPad, bro. I really do. I wish it was the iPad. It ain't. So I did very well academically all throughout my schooling. The only time in elementary school I didn't make straight A's was third grade penmanship. They tried to give me a B for my handwriting, and my mom tore them. I still feel bad for that teacher. I still do. Like at now as an educator, I feel bad. But my mom went in. How dare you keep my son off the honors roll? Like, yeah, it was not pretty. That's all I'm gonna say. Not pretty. But hey, my handwriting never got better anyway, so yeah. All right. So we can click on pickles. There sometimes it's just too ridiculous. We can click on pickles. There is some client-side JavaScript, right? Some client-side JavaScript that could hear that click. And when it hears that click, right? When it hears that click, it's going to send a request to our server, right? 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 It's going to send a request to our server. So that click, right? That click is heard by a Smurf, and that Smurf says, "Hey yo, make a fetch and make that a put request," right? So the Smurf hears the click on pickles, says, "Hey yo," right? Makes the fetch, says make a fetch, and that fetch is a put request, right? It's a put request to our server. So it leaves the client side and makes it to our server. All right. Now, on our server, there is some code that is running that can hear this request. What do we call that code that can hear the request? Yeah, we call that code our API, right? And over there, it can't be Smurfs. We can't have Smurfs on the client side and Smurfs on the back end. So we got Smurfs on the client side. What do we have on the back end that's doing the listening? Gnomes. I'm feeling gnome. Gremlins. Oh, we were using gremlins before. We'll stick with gremlins. Yeah. So we got the Smurf that heard the click on the client side, said, hey, yo, sent a fetch request, right? Sent a fetch request, right? That said, hey, make a put. There was a gremlin, right? There was a gremlin that was listening that heard that put request. So there was an app.put, right? And when it heard that put request, it did some stuff. So what are the things that's going to happen server side that's going to enable all these things to happen? Like, what do we need to do on the server for this put or this updating to happen? Yeah, eventually we need to update the database. That's good, right? So when we made this fetch, this put request, we probably sent along some data. We probably sent along the fact that we had clicked on Pickles. So Pickles was in that set of data that came across with the request. And when our gremlin heard that request on the server side and it triggered the app.put, the first thing it's going to do is grab that pickle data out of the request. So it's gonna be like, all right, I have pickle now. Now that it has pickle, it's gonna go to the database and find the document that has pickle. And when it finds the document that has pickle, what's it going to do? What's it going to do? It's going to change. Yeah, it's going to update that. It's going to update that. This needs to be refreshed. 1 second. It's going to update that get pickles property of completed to true. We saw on Tuesday when we created a document, it starts off as false, right? When we create a document, it starts off as false. So when we did the update, we found get pickles and we changed completed from false to true, right? From false to true. And then once we have changed it from false to true, then what do we do? Then what do we do? Yep, we respond. And for now, we tell, hey, why don't you refresh? So we'll say, all right, we'll respond. And we'll say, you know what? You should probably refresh, right? You should probably refresh. And when the server refreshes, right? When the server refreshes, what type of request does it make? Sorry, when the client side refreshes, what type of request does it make? It makes a GET request, exactly. A GET request goes to our server, and this time, when the app.get runs, right? When the app.get runs, it goes back to the database, right? It goes back to the database, and this time, when it looks at all the documents, it's going to notice that the pickle document is different. The pickle document used to say false, and now the pickle document says true. That's going to change what happens, right? This is what's going to change what happens when we try and pass all that data into our EJS. Now things are a little bit different, and the EJS is going to render a little bit different, right? meaning that our pickles are now going to look crossed out because it gets that class that we saw before. So I think the really, really hard thing here, especially for folks that are new to this CRUD and the way that we're really breaking it down, eventually we'll use things that make this like not needing the page refreshes and things like that. But I still want you to see the requests and really have them broken down, right? And so we had to do 2 requests to see this pickles get updated, right? We had to see 2 requests to see a change, in the DOM, right? We had to make a put request, which actually changed what happened in the database. And then we had to make a get request so that the user could actually see it in the DOM. If we had just triggered a put, our database would have changed, but the user would not have seen anything. Does that make sense? We're going to walk through it. We're going to see the code, but it's really 2 different things that are happening here for us to see this change. Cool. All right. Let's take a look at some of the code. All right. Let's take a look at some of this code. And when we look at this code, we're going to start off with our EJS. And I'm going to take a look right here because this is where it can be a little tricky, right? This is eventually what will be in the DOM that we will be clicking, right? So this is my index.ejs. If you need the code, make sure you're in our Discord, !Discord. The starter code for today is in our Discord announcement before we went to class. All right. If we look at it, we talked on Tuesday about how this page gets rendered out. Basically, we find all the documents in our database, right? Right now we have 1, 2, 3 documents inside of our database. So when this runs, this for loop will run 3 times, meaning that we will have 3 LIs that make it into the DOM eventually. Now, when we look at each LI, there is some conditional logic here that is really, really important. We are going to look at each document to see if its completed property is true. If its completed property is true, then the span that's going to hold that text, like the get bread, the get pickles, the get oat milk, right? That will have a completed class, and that completed class is what makes it grayed out and the line through, right? However, if the completed class is not true, right, the else will automatically run, and the span that we put into the LI will just be a regular span. There will not be any class added like we have here. This class completed is not there. So it's just a regular span. Cool. So let's play a little game here. If just by looking at our database, we should be able to make some guesses about what's going to happen in the DOM. Okay, so when I look at this first document in my MongoDB database, I can see that get oat milk has a completed property of false. What does that mean in terms of what we're going to wind up seeing in the browser, in the DOM? What does that mean? What do we know about get oat milk? Yep, it's going to be visible. It will not be gray, and it will not be strike through. It's just going to be plain get oat milk. Cool. Same thing for get fancy bread, right? No style on it. Completed as false. That means it's going to be exactly a span with no class of completed, which means that it won't be gray and it won't be strike through. It'll just be normal text saying get fancy bread. However, when we get down to get pickles, we can see that get pixel, not this again. If you're a real OG, you know what that where I was about to go. All right. Center. All right. When we get down to get pickles, right? When you get down to get pickles, we see that completed is actually set to true. So what do I know about how this is going to be visualized in the DOM? What's going to happen? What are we going to see? Yeah, we know that when the EJS renders this out, this get pickles is going to be strike through gray, right? It's going to be very different looking than the other two. Beautiful. All right. So let's go ahead and see if we can follow the whole path of what is happening when we click on these bits of text. So I'm going to start with get pickles being, I got to change this. It's going to get me in trouble. Let's change this to get donuts. There we go. Oh, get coffee. I like get coffee better. Cool. Get coffee. There we go. Get coffee. All right. Third grade Leon's coming out. I went from pickles to donuts. All right. Get coffee. Safe. Easy. Oh, shit. We all know what coffee is. Never mind. Can't do coffee either. Get pizza. There we go. Pizza safe. Get paid. All right, there we go. Get pizza. All right. So we have get pizza here in our to-do list. I'm going to click. You ready? I should come this way. I'm clicking. Boom. There you go. The click happened, right? All right. Now, what did I just click on? Question for chat. What the heck did I just click on? I clicked on a span that is inside of an LI. We can see that when we look at our EJS, right? There is this LI that was going to be created, and inside that LI was going to be a span. Did that span have a completed class when I first clicked on it? No, it did not have a completed class. It had just been added to the list. It did not. So it was this span right here. This span was the span I actually clicked on that had get pizza in it, right? It was get pizza. That's the span I actually clicked on. Now, if we look at the end here, this page has a script tag, a JavaScript file that is running. So when we see that, we know that there's something that might have been listening for that click on that span inside that LI. There might have been some client-side JavaScript listening for that click. So we have to start by looking at that JavaScript file. And since we are using Express, where would this JavaScript file probably exist? If we had to like go find that JavaScript file, where is it going to exist because we're using Express? Going to be in our public folder. Remember, all of our static files that are going to get served up, our CSS, our JavaScript, are all going to be in the public folder. So we don't have to hand code a route for those files. We throw it in the public folder and Express magically handles all of it, right? So we can see in our public folder here, I have a JS folder, which is the path that says go into the JS folder. Remember, this means like go into the public, find the JS folder, and then find the main JS. So here we go, JS folder, main JS, beautiful. Here we have our client-side JavaScript that's listening for these clicks, right? Listening for these clicks, right? And so we actually have three. What are these? We have three what? We have three what, chat? Yeah, we got three Smurfs, right? Three event listeners that are listening for those clicks. Now, did we click on a delete button? No, so that didn't work. Did we click on a span? Yes. And so this is very specific. We're saying find all of the spans inside of something that has the class of item. Let's go back and look at our EJS real quick. Span. All right, here we go. Span. Oh, the LI has the class of item, right? So we are actually able to listen for clicks on the span that are inside the LI that had the class of item. And so here we grabbed all the spans inside of the LIs because there are at least 3 LIs that are on our page right now. And so we grab all those spans and we actually loop through them, adding a Smurf, right? We've looped through adding a Smurf, adding an event listener to each one of our spans that we can click on, right? This line right here, line 9 through 11, goes through and adds a Smurf to each of our spans, right? So that loop ran through 3 times, adding those Smurfs, those event listeners that could listen for the clicks. Clicks don't come for free, right? There are some elements that have stuff built in, like forums can submit on their own, but when you're clicking on regular text, there has to be something that's listening for that click. And so we set up our client-side JavaScript to hear those clicks, right? All right. So now we can see that every single one of those spans, all 3 of them, wind up with an event listener that runs a function called what? Every single one of our Smurfs is going to follow a specific set of instructions. When they hear the click, what set of instructions is going to run? You got to earn this click, exactly. Yeah. All right. I want to see who's there. We have the mark complete. We can see, right? For every single one of those spans winds up with the event listener, and that event listener is going to call the mark complete function. So let's go ahead and take a look at this mark complete function, and then we'll take our break. So mark complete function, delete item, not what we're looking for. Mark complete. All right, here's what we are looking for. Boom. Mark complete function, and we can see that it does what we said it was going to do. Line 37. What is line 37 doing here? It's really complicated. I'm going to show you how to clean these up a little bit later. I hate using the child nodes, parent node stuff, but I want you to be exposed to it so you can at least see it once, and then we'll move away from it. What's it doing? Yeah. It's grabbing the to-do, right? It's grabbing the text, right? It's grabbing that to-do. So this is the thing that grabbed the text of get pizza, right? It is the thing that grabbed the text of get pizza. How did that get past? How did that get past the moderator? Rip. Uh, that's funny. All right. We were able to go ahead and grab that text of get pizza, right? Get pizza out of the DOM, right? So item text is going to hold get pizza. And then what am I going to do with that get pizza text? What am I going to do with that get pizza text? I'm going to send it with the request. Exactly. If we look here, we can see that I'm going to make a fetch. That fetch is going to be a put method, and I'm going to send along that item text. That item text is right now the text of get pizza, right? When I clicked on get pizza, that client-side JavaScript heard the click, and it ran this function. It ran this mark complete function. The very first thing we did is grab the text. We need the text, right? Because we're going to update something in our database. We need to know what we're going to update. If we don't have the text that was clicked on, if we don't have the get pizza, there's nothing we can do on the server side, right? There's nothing that we can actually, we just don't know what to update, right? We won't know what to update, right? So I am sending along this right here, and I'll show it when we get back from break how it does it. But this right here grabbed get pizza. All right. This grabbed get pizza. Now, wherever I see item text, it's actually get pizza. Right? It's get pizza. So I am now going to make a put request to the server, and I am going to send along the request body that now has get pizza. What will be the name I have to use if I want the text get pizza on my server side? What's the text I'm going to have to use if I want get pizza on my server side? Exactly. It has a property here. It has a property of item from JS. So when I look on my server side and I see request.body.item from JS, that's what is going to be holding get pizza. And so this request leaves the client side and makes it all the way to our server, where there is a server set up to hear this request. And if we look, here we go. App.put. We said it was a put request. We can look at our main JS that we made a fetch to mark complete. That's our route, right? That's our route. Mark complete is our route. So we made a request to mark complete. It's a put. So we're able to find app.put with the route of mark complete. And when the gremlins hear that request, right? When the server hears that put request, it's gonna do some stuff. And we already know that we have to go to the database and update something. So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go to our connected database. We're gonna find the to-dos collection, and we're gonna update one thing. We're gonna update the first document that has a thing property of what? We're going to update the first document that has a thing property of what? Get pizza. Exactly. Remember, we said if we looked for a request.body.item from JS, that was get pizza. So now we've gone to the database, we've looked in our to-dos collection, and we're going to update a document that has a thing property of get pizza. And when we find it, we're going to set the completed property to true. So it was false before, but now we found it and set completed to true. And if we look at our database and we refresh, we're going to see that get pizza now has a completed property of true, right? Has a completed property of true. Now, there's a lot of other crap here that we'll talk about when we come back from the break, but we set it to true, and then all we do is we respond saying what? We respond saying what? We've updated a value in our database, and we respond saying what? Paranic, it is not. Mark complete. All right, so let's go back. Where is that response going to be sent though? Where is this response going to be sent though? Yeah, it's going to be sent back to the client that made the request. Let's go back and look at our JavaScript. Our client-side JavaScript, right? Will console log, hey, marked complete. And then what does our client-side JavaScript do? It refreshes the page. And when it refreshes the page, it triggers a what? It triggers a get. The get goes to the database. However, this time the get pizza document is different. So when it goes to build out the HTML, it now has to add that completed property, which is going to make the get pizza look different. So I think a lot of folks, this is the trickiest one, right? Because there's quite a few steps that you have to be kind of up on, right? You have to understand that the client-side JavaScript is hearing the clicks. Then you have to understand that makes a request to the server. You have to understand that the server hears that request, updates something in the database, and then responds back to the client. And still, at this point, nothing changes for the user. Nothing has changed for the user until what happens? Until it refreshes. When it refreshes, then the browser has permission to go back to the server, ask for all the updated documents, and now that the document has changed, our EJS and what we show the user can change, and that's when we see the results in the DOM, right? So when we come back from break, we'll run this back. So we'll see the whole process from beginning to end again. And I'll explain some of the little extra things that are in there, like the upsert, sort, all that fun stuff. So let's go ahead and put 5 minutes on the clock here. If you're new around here, we like to take a break at the top of every hour to stay healthy. If you are able, please get up, move around, hydrate. And I'm going to run some ads so that folks don't have to sit through commercials when they come back to class. And I will see you all in 5 minutes. All right, folks. Be well. See you soon. Alrighty. So we did have a lovely raffle that was in the newsletter. ! Newsletter. If you do not get the newsletter, it's where all the good stuff happens first. All the big announcements, all the cool sponsor stuff, all of the raffles, all go to the newsletter first. So if you haven't, please subscribe to the newsletter, ! Newsletter. It really does help out the community. All right, so we had a raffle for coffee chats. We're gonna do 3 more coffee chats. For folks that went on Tuesday, you'll get a message from me today with these 3, and then we'll schedule them for next week. So we had 716 people that have already filled out the newsletter raffle, which is wild. So I'm gonna go ahead and run. I'm gonna pick 3. 3, 2, 1. Beautiful. Not a big deal. Mel and Eddie A. There we go. You'll get a message from me later today. Folks that want to Tuesday, you'll get a message from me later today too. And we'll set up those coffee chats. Let's go. Congrats. Alrighty. Let's keep pushing, folks. So close. Congrats, everyone. All right. So let's see here. We were talking through the update or the put request. And let's run through it one more time. There's a lot of little steps here, right? There's a lot of little steps here. But what we have to realize is that there's kind of like two big pieces here. The updating is actually separate from what the user actually winds up seeing. Like the updating happens, but it's the refreshing that makes another request to go get the changes, right? And so it's not until the request go gets those changes that the user only actually sees something. And this is actually really hard for a lot of people to tackle because it looks like it happens instantly. It looks like we click and it immediately changes. And that's just because it's so fast. We sit on the shoulders of giants that have gone through the muck, building out IP, TCP, building out the HTTP protocol, making it so that our broadband speeds can go to a server and back, and it looks instant. But we have to get good at breaking down step by step what is happening. I actually just saw this. There is so I've been watching a lot of like YouTube because it's one of the things I can do while I have little one, and I'm like getting into like these like really like I don't know. I just like I'm like in weird YouTube holes right now, but I've been really into like cool like computer sciencey stuff. And there's this one person, Bob Metcalf. They invented Ethernet. Like they're the person that invented Ethernet. And in Boston, especially in the tech scene, they would always start off their talks with like, "Hey, I'm Bob Metcalf. I invented Ethernet." They invented Ethernet. Can you imagine inventing Ethernet? So shout out Bob Metcalf for inventing Ethernet so that all this stuff can happen super fast, right? Cool. So what we have to do is realize that this is actually two really big steps and a lot of other little things that are happening. So I'm going to refresh and uncomplete this. There we go. So it's uncompleted. And so right now, if we were to go and look, this is a tricky question. If I was to go and look at get pizza in the database, what do we expect that document to have? Like, what do we expect that document to have? What properties and values do we expect the get pizza document to have? Right, it's going to have a thing of get pizza and a completed of false. Exactly. And so let's go ahead and refresh the page. I didn't know that Indifferent kept it secret for 10 years. That's wild. All right, so if we look at get pizza, all right, we're doing good. It had a thing property of get pizza and a completed of false. We are in good shape. Now, when we click get pizza again, boom, some big steps happen. Ooh, give me your suggestions. I'll keep an eye out for those. I want those. All right. Two big steps happened. Right. Two big steps happened. One step was updating the database, and the other step was getting those changes so we could see what happened in the DOM. Right. So the first step, the updating, right? It heard that click on get pizza. What's the only thing that could hear that click on our client side? What's the thing that heard that click on the client side? Our Smurf, our event listener, and our client side JavaScript. Exactly. There's some client side JavaScript that heard that click on get pizza. Let's take a look at it. Here it is. We set up the click event. We grabbed all the spans that were inside those LIs with the class of item, and we gave every span the ability to run the mark complete function. That means get oat milk, if I was to click on it, would run the mark complete function. If I was to click on get fancy bread, it would run the mark complete function. And before I had clicked on it, so would get pizza, right? So when I clicked on get pizza, that marked complete function ran, right? That marked complete function ran. Now, if we look at that mark complete function, it's really doing one really important thing. It is grabbing the thing we just clicked on. This dot parent node, child nodes 1, inner text. It's going to go and grab the thing we clicked on. So if we look, the thing we clicked on item was the span, right? The thing we clicked on was the span. Now we're going to do some complicated stuff while we're here. Let's look at the EJS. We clicked on the span. What would be the parent node of the span? What would be the parent node of the span? Good. Parent node of the span would be the LI. Beautiful. And then if we say, all right, the LI is the parent node, and we say, all right, parent node is the LI, child node 1. What would be the child node of the LI? What would be the child node of the LI? The span, right? If we look back in this EJS, it's going to be the span. Now remember, there's only ever going to be one span here. It could have been this one, or it could have been this one based on the conditional logic. Where we're at right now, right? Where we're at now, this span is the child node 1, right? Now, why is it 1 instead of 0? Well, it's because all the stuff that takes up space winds up being a node. So there's things like bullet points, there could be carriage returns, there could be stuff that like gets in between what's actually being rendered in the DOM. Because remember, the DOM is really like this weird thing that's not directly just your HTML, right? It's like all these nodes that are being connected that we can go deeper into later, but there's things that are just, the text is not 0, it is 1, right? So we have this span, which we know is the child node of the LI, and then we're going to go ahead and grab its inner text, right? We're going to go ahead and grab its inner text. So if we had clicked on get pizza, we went up to the parent node, which was the LI. Then we went into the child node 1, which was the span itself, which would give us the thing we just clicked on. And then we got the text, which would give us get pizza, right? Which would give us get pizza. So now we have the text of get pizza. What does this do again? It's the thing that we're clicking on, right? Cool. So this is the thing we're clicking on, and this changes context, but in this case, the thing we're clicking on. So now we have the text of get pizza, right? Jazzy Pants said, this is clearly not the best way to do it. Leon's getting ready for us for terrible legacy code. Yes, this shows up all the time and it's super confusing. So I like to show it at least once before we start doing things a little bit more optimally. Right now, we have clicked on the span. We went up to the LI. We went back to the span and we got the text out of it. Right? We got the text out of it. So wherever I see item text, it's really what in this scenario? It's as though we kind of cross this out and item text is actually what? It's actually get pizza. Yep. Great. So wherever I see item text, it's actually get pizza. So it's as though item text here is the string get pizza. Now remember, we are trying to make a request to our server, and here's us setting up that request. We are going to make a fetch with, oops, sorry, this is delete item, not mark complete. There we go. We are going to make a fetch, right? We're going to make a fetch that is a put. So we are making a put request to our server. And when we make that put request, along with that request comes the body. Remember, we saw on Tuesday that the request has all this information. It's wild. So much information goes along with that request, including the request body. Now, here we are hard coding the request body. We get to construct the body. Where else have we seen a request body come from? Where else have we seen a request body come from on Tuesday? Yeah, all right, chat, I see you. The form, right? The form on Tuesday, when we made that post request, along with the request came all the info from the form. So when we make this put request, we're sending all this information along with the request, including this body that's an object, right? It has an item from JS property and it has a value. So when I send this request, right? When I send this request to my server, the server can look at the request body and it can look at the item from JS property and it gets us what? What is the item from JS property in our request body actually holding? What is its value? It's get pizza. We're sending along get pizza. If we were to console log this, we would see get pizza coming along with that request body to the server. Right? Now, that request makes it all the way to our server. There is a gremlin that is ready to hear that request. It's a put request and it's on the mark complete route. We got the mark complete route because that was the name of the fetch. The fetch here and the route here have to match, right? Cool. Now, gremlin hears the request, checks that it's a put, checks that it's the right route, and so we get to do all the stuff inside of this lovely put. And we are going to do a few things. We are going to go to our database. We are going to go to our to-dos collection. So let's go to our database. Let's find our to-dos collection. Here it is. All right, we went to our database. We found our to-dos collection. And we are going to update one. So when we use update one, we have to find the document that we want to update, right? The cool thing for right now is that there was only one document that had the text of get pizza. So that's what I'm going to look for. Request.body.get that item from JS was actually get pizza. So I am going to look in my database, in my to-dos collection. I'm going to look for a document that has a thing property of get pizza. So let's go ahead and take a look. All right. Get oat milk. That thing get oat milk. That's not it. Thing get fancy bread. That's not it. Thing get pizza. Match. Winner chicken dinner. Right. That is a match. So what do I do? Oh, I'm going to update that document. And how am I going to update it? Well, I'm going to set its completed property to true. Going to set its completed property to true. And so if we were to refresh our database here, we would see that our completed property goes from false to true, because we told it to do that, right? We told it to do that, right? We told it to do that. Yep, these are methods built into MongoDB, exactly. All right. So we told it to set that completed property to true. Now, there are a couple other things that are here. And once again, please, hold on, I got to get big for this. You know what? Let's go to the boardroom. Please. All right, please. When you're looking at all this syntax, I do not need you to have this syntax memorized. That's not where you need to be right now, right? I don't need you to have all this, the semicolons, the curly braces. I don't. Do I get a chair? Heck yeah, you get the big one. You get the nice one. See, I like to sit. I can't draw on this screen, but I like to sit with my back to the wall. So hold on. That one's mine. I have to have my back to the wall. That's mine. And then indifferent, that's yours right there. Right there. Yep. There we go. So I don't need you to have all these curly braces, all of these parentheses. You don't have to have this memorized. It's a Lego brick. Know where you put your Legos away, right? It's really important. A lot of you have been training your whole lives for this, right? Mom, dad, parental guardian told you to put the Legos away because they wanted you to get used to knowing where to go and get your Legos. At the end of the day, I need you to know where to go and get this code, right? So that you can use it. I don't need you, right? I don't need you to have this memorized, right? This is too much right now to have memorized. Eventually, as you build your 100 hours project and you're doing this crap over and over and over and over and over and over again, you'll get comfortable with it. You'll understand it. You could probably do most of it from memory. But right now, we just got to know where we put the Legos away. That we can go later on, a week from now, grab the Legos that you need, right? Grab the Legos that you need and put them to work. Now, inside of here are some things that even if you didn't know what the heck it was doing, you could have still used this totally fine. Right now we have a problem, and our problem is that our problem right now is that there technically could be two things called get pizza, right? There could be two things that have get pizza, right? And if there were two things that get pizza, what thing am I updating? And right now, I am sorting in a specific order, top to bottom. You can sort top to bottom or bottom to top, right? And so it would just grab the first thing that had get pizza. Eventually, we're going to use IDs. Eventually, we are going to use very specific things, right? But for now, we are going to just say whatever one came first, that's the one we're going to update. All right, that's it. Cool. Now, the upsert false, if you set this to true, does anybody know what happens if you set this to true? Something really interesting can happen if you set this to true. Yeah, exactly. So if you set this to true, what can happen is that if you tried to update something that wasn't there, it would just create the document for you, which can save you a lot of headache, especially if your templating language is a little bit more stiff, right? If it's a little more stiff and always requires something to be there. And so the upset would just literally create the document for you that had the thing, right? So if I tried to update get duck, right? There was no get duck in the database. So it would just literally create get duck with a completed property of true. So that exists. Do you have to know how to use it right now? No. But there are these types of things. Great. So we updated the document that had the thing property of get pizza. We changed it from false to true. At this moment, we have updated our database, but would the user have seen any changes yet? Would the user have seen any changes yet? Not yet. We haven't even responded back to our client side yet. So let's do the response. We're going to respond with some JSON that says marked complete. So that response gets sent back to our client side. Our lovely main.js is set up to actually handle that. It's going to grab that response as data. We will console log to the client side that it was marked complete. And then our client side is going to do the heavy lifting for us here and do what? And refresh, exactly. So it will refresh. And when it refreshes, we are going to make a, what type of request? A GET request. That GET request will trigger the gremlin that will go to our to-dos. It will find all the documents. However, one of our documents is different this time. When we pass those documents, right? When we pass those documents into our EJS to be rendered, well, this time the EJS is going to render out this span with the completed class for get pizza as opposed to this span, which means it's going to show up as the strike through line through when it responds with that updated HTML. It's going to respond with that updated HTML. And finally, our users can see the strike through grayed out get pizza. Questions while we are here? How do you decide whether to refresh from server or client side? So it depends on what you're trying to do. None of this is like actually 100% how we're going to do it in production. Right now, this is really demonstrating how requests and responses are being made. I really want you to understand that there's these requests and these responses, right? And as long as you know that there are requests and responses being made, then you can start getting deeper down the rabbit hole as to like, all right, how can I do this without having to force a refresh? How can I do this so that it happens a little bit more seamlessly? And we're going to get there. We're going to build up to it. But for right now, this is kind of just so that we can see, all right, we have a concept that the web isn't magic, that it builds off of these requests and responses. We can trigger the request ourselves on the client side, and we can build our API to listen for those requests. It's really fancy event listeners. And once that clicks, you can do whatever the heck you want. You can eventually make it more optimal. You can eventually add more layers to this, but at its core, you're still doing that fundamental thing. And for most folks, they could leave tonight's class and build whatever the heck they wanted. They can now create, read, update, delete. Next week, we're going to add the MVC to give us a little bit more structure, and we'll be adding authentication so that you can have users log in. That's it. Welcome to the agency. Sit down, start building some code for real clients. Like that's it. That's all we got to do. Right. And so you're closer than you think. Right. You're closer than you think. And so we're going to get there. We're going to keep adding some more layers on top. We're going to add some other stuff that makes our lives easier. But the building starts next week. Next week, you're ready to build. That's it. All right. Oh my God, did I just get hired? All right. Does a checkbox status update work the same way? It can. You could code a checkbox to do exactly this. Yeah. In fact, like if you're like, I don't know, I'm dating myself. I've been on the web for a long time. Back in the day, the way we used to do checkboxes, and this wasn't like accessible at all, but they weren't actually checkbox. Well, they could be checkboxes, but we would put images in them. And so you would have an image of a checkbox, and then when you checked it, it would add a class that showed a different image, right? And so we were actually just toggling images for it to be checked and unchecked. Yeah, I'm glad I don't do that anymore. Will you add more help channels for backend, CRUD, etc.? We already have a Node.js channel for all your backend needs. You should use that channel. Also, for folks that are using the help channel, one thing that's really difficult for folks to help you is if you're posting like lots of images. Some folks will like post tons of images of their like code, and that doesn't help somebody that wants to help you, right? If they don't have like your repo or a gist where they could copy and paste code, it's very difficult. So please, if you're using the help channels, try and limit the number of photos that you're sharing and instead share the actual code. GitHub gists are really easy to create. Replets are really easy to create. The less friction you can give between somebody looking and playing with your code and helping you, the better, especially as we get deeper into this stuff. Not that you can't use photos to show stuff, especially like HTML, CSS stuff. But as we get deeper and deeper into code, especially when we get into like data structures and algorithm, give somebody a replit or a gist or something like that. That'll be way more helpful. You can use Markdown in Discord. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Yeah. If the photos don't kind of slow down in the help channels, we might have to turn off embeds because they're really taking up a lot of room, and it's really hard for folks to get help when they share them. So try and emphasize code instead of photos. Yeah. Mr. said, thank you. I try to help every day. I prefer they post repos. Exactly. Repos, gist, and replets are super easy to set up. Dream and A, thank you for the hydration. Cheers to you. Markdown in Discord helps a lot. Yep, you can do shift enter for next line and backticks for code. Exactly. Could we cover those in office hours? That's a good idea to cover in office hours. Yeah. Just they're really easy just from within your GitHub. Like you don't have to use the terminal or anything. You can just like click the button to create a gist where you can, it's like a paste bin basically. And then Replit, you just create an account and you can put in your code. Like, I don't know if I should share this idea yet. I'll share it and then we'll move to the delete. For the agency, I was thinking through, I was like, all right, what if we did 100 projects and each project got more expensive, right? Like for the agency, like I want everything to be in the open, how much money we're making, how much what we're doing. Like I want all the code to maybe even be open source if we can get clients that would want to do that. And I was thinking like, all right, what if we start off at like $1,000 and then every project goes up by 1,000? So like the first person that comes to the agency pays $1,000. We build their project. The next one's 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 with the goal of 100 projects, right? And so early on, people jump in to do it because they want to get it cheap, right? And then I was like, well, how much money is that? Right? I was like, I don't know what's the, like, is there a way to use like Gauss's summation to figure out how much money that would be? And I was like, I don't want to sit here and like add it in a calculator. So I just wrote the code in a replit, right? I just threw in a replit with a simple loop and I was like, oh, boom, got it. And that was it, right? So like code helps day to day, which is pretty fun. Yeah, exactly. People are throwing Gauss's summation in chat. Exactly. Mm-hmm. Sounds like a code wars. Yeah, life just boils down to practical code wars. What else is it? Cool. All right. So we did the updating. I just want to make sure we don't have any other questions about updating, and then we'll do deleting. So updating. Any other questions before we move on? No questions. Too simple here. Next week, we're getting into the real meat, folks. MVC authentication. You definitely don't want to miss next week. Is there a difference between put and patch? Sort of, I guess. But in this case, not really. There's like different things that it should technically be doing, but nobody really uses it correctly. I wouldn't worry about it for right now. Cool. All right. Nobody uses it correctly. Exactly. Indifferent. All right. Cool. Let's go ahead and do this delete. Maybe we take our break a little earlier. Let's take our break a little early. We'll take our break a little early. That way folks can get a mental relaxation to then come back and do the deleting. We'll finish the deleting and if we have a little bit of time, maybe we'll do a little bit of just kind of office hours type stuff until we're out of time. Let's go ahead and take our 5 minutes on the clock. When we come back, we'll finish up our CRUD. We'll be done the CRUD. Let's go. We'll be done the CRUD. Let's go. Indifferent said put syntactically means that we need a whole object to update, and patch is just to update a part of the object, but no one ever cares. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. AKA code weenie stuff. Alrighty. And Gods Urasti with the 2 minutes added to the timer. We're getting one of those luxurious 7 minutes, folks. Woo! A 7-minute break. Let's go. Man, these will be fire. All right. Let's go ahead and we're going to do the delating. And when we're done our delating, we are going to look at the glue, how all the little pieces come together so this actually runs. And then if we have some time, we'll do some questions. All right. All right. The funny thing is, like, the song is not true. That's not what was playing, right? Yeah, no. It's always Stream Beats by Harris Heller. I don't know where that comes from. All right. Let's go ahead and take a look at this deleting, then we'll take a look at the glue. All right. So here we have this get pizza, and I want to eat it. So I'm going to click the trash can. Yoink, gone. Now, what we learned from the updating is that deleting actually happened across 2 steps, right? What 2 requests were made to the server to get the result we see on the screen right now? Yeah, exactly. It was a delete request to the server and then a refresh that triggered a get. Beautiful. All right. So let's go and take a look at this. What's the only thing that could have heard the click on the trash can? Yeah, our client side Smurf, our event listener is the only thing that could have heard the click on the trash can. So let's start there. We can see in the EJS that there is this span of trash can here. And the interesting thing is we're going to have to go from this trash can, the thing that's being clicked, to the text that was inside the span. Right? So we're going to have to use that pattern that we just saw with the update to go from the trash can up to the LI and into the child to get the text that exists there. Right? Cool. So let's go ahead and take a look at the client side JavaScript. Remember, this EJS spits out HTML and the HTML linked to this client side JavaScript. If we look at the client side JavaScript, we have selected all of the trash cans. We're using that font awesome for the trash cans, and that's the class that came with the trash cans. We went along here and added, right? Went along here and added a delete, an event listener to each of the trash cans called delete item. So every trash can now has this function that we're going to called delete item. So when I clicked on the trash can, it ran the delete item function. And once again, we clicked on the trash can, right? We clicked on the trash can. So this was the trash can that we clicked on. We went up to the parent node, which was what, chat? What was the parent node? The LI, exactly. We went up to the LI from the span to the LI. And we looked at the first child node, which had the span that had text inside of it. So we grabbed that span. We grabbed that text. That text was get pizza. There was text in there. And that as though we crossed this out, we just had get pizza. All right. Get pizza was the text. Once again, we are going to make a fetch to our server. That fetch is going to have the route of delete item. And it's going to send along that request body that has the item text of get pizza, right? It's going to have that item text of get pizza. And so that request leaves our client side, goes to the server where there is a gremlin ready to hear that request. All right, app.delete, the route matches the route from our fetch, so we are good. We are going to go to our database. We are going to find the to-dos collection, and we are going to delete one. So beautiful. I love it. So beautiful. No querying language. You want to delete something? Delete one. You want to update something? Update one. What? That easy? Let's go. Let's go. Leon, somebody had a good question. Leon, why don't we have to put the full URL there? Why is it the route for each of these fetch requests? Why don't I need like the full route? Like I don't need a URL here. Why don't I need a URL here? Yeah, because we're already running on our local server, right? Like it's already running on our server. So we're already at the root. Like if we look, we're already at localhost 2121, right? And so we're already there. So we're already there, and everything else is just a route off of that. When we put things on Heroku, things might be a little bit different as we get a little bit deeper into it, but we're already connected. Yeah. Yep. Express is doing the heavy lifting for us. The Express knows to like, all right, take that and then append the stuff after it. Cool. All right. So back to the API here. We went to our database. We went to our to-dos collection. We're going to delete one. Well, what one are we going to delete? The thing that has the request body items from JS, which is in this case, get pizza. So we are going to go to our database. We are going to find something that has the thing property of get pizza. And when we find it, we are going to delete it. Brilliant. It's beautiful. We don't have to learn anything else. We just say we want to have happen and it does it. That's amazing. All right. So delete one. Let's go to our database. Let's find the one that has the thing property of get pizza. I found it. And so once I found it, I'm going to delete it. So if I refresh, yeet, gone. There's only 2 documents left. Only 2 documents left. The other one was gone. Yeah, it's gone. It's gone. It's deleted. Beautiful. Uberfly said, I really can't believe I understand this. Let's go. Hold on. 10-second warning. 10-second warning for Uberfly Storm getting this. 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Hey, does this work?
Let's go. Let's go. Y'all are here understanding how to build full stack web applications. You know how to make, create, read, update, delete requests. Next week, you're going to know how to organize it using MVC. You're going to add authentication. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Come on now. So many of us started off the beginning of the year not even knowing what JavaScript was. And you all are out here building full stack web applications. Let's go. Look at you. Look at you. All right. So we deleted it and then we just responded back to our client side, right? We're out here delaying, right? We're out here delaying, and we just responded, hey, the to-do is deleted. Our code knew what to do. It said, all right, let me console log that we deleted, and then we refreshed. And when we refreshed, we made a GET request to the server. Our server was set up to hear that GET request. It heard that GET request. It went to the database. It went to our to-dos collection. It found all the documents, but this time there was one less. There used to be 3. Now there is 2. From 3 to 2, right? And so our array just had the 2 documents. We passed those 2 documents into our EJS. And so now when the EJS renders and it sent back that HTML, it was missing the document that was deleted. Beautiful. Keisha, you're looking at it. You're looking at it. This is the template for you. Boom. If you need the code, it's in our Discord. All right. So that's the deleting. So now we've gone ahead and we've been able to do get, post, puts, deletes. There's actually something pretty interesting here. Let's make sure there's any questions, and then I want to show one other thing before we talk about the glue. Should we use this file as a template? Hell yeah, this is your start. We're gonna add more, we're gonna have a better template next week once we get to the MVC. So you can definitely use this weekend. Please, this weekend, build something. Don't ever just watch a tutorial and then go home and be like, that was great. Leon was on one tonight, but it was a good class. Like, I feel great. And then like, you don't do anything until Tuesday. No, take this code and build something. Make the to-do list do something different. Tweak it, make it a little bit better, make it your own. Don't make it a to-do list, make it a done list. I don't know. Take this and make it your own in some way, shape, or form, right? Please, at this point in program, don't just consume. You have to do, right? You have to do. At this point, you should feel a little bit more comfortable with the creating, the reading, the updating, deleting. Now is the time for you to actually learn by getting in the code, playing with it, breaking it. When you get lost or stuck, jump on Discord, jump into those voice channels, get help. Don't suffer in silence. Get the help you need, build it, break it, play with it. What if I break it? Clone down a fresh copy. I can't tell you how many times I've utterly destroyed my code and just pulled down the most recent push to GitHub. That's it. I've done it hundreds of times throughout my career where I've just gotten so lost in the sauce where I'm just like, fuck it. Boop. And pull down the last place I was at. Yeah, you can roll back and all that fun stuff, but back in my, you know what I used to, what I did for the longest time was I would delete the whole repo. I would just delete everything and just clone down the repo again. Like, I didn't care. I just delete everything, right? I was a point where I was like keeping zip files on my computer before I knew how to use GitHub. And I would just like, I would get lost and I would just delete the whole folder and unzip it again and be right back where I started. Cool. All right. Questions about the delete? Ooh, Ants asked a really good question. Is it best practice to delete from the database in most CRUD apps, or keep the data and just remove from the client side render? We could all do that right now. That's actually really fun. A really cool like extension to the to-do list would be to build a to-do list that never deletes the data from the database. Think about that, right? If we're looking at our Mongo database right now, we're setting like this complete it to false or true. There could be like another thing that we're keeping track of that's like deleted and set it to false or true, right? In different settings, soft deletes are a popular pattern. So what I could do is I could just set the deleted property to true. And when I render out my like get request, I only show documents where the deleted property is false. So all of the to-dos stay in my MongoDB database, but the users are only seeing the ones that they haven't deleted yet, but I get to keep all the data. So that's a interesting pattern, but you all could do that right now just by extending this idea of completed to being deleted as well, or like a deleted one. Yeah. Kind of freaky. Welcome to how all the social media apps that you use work. When you delete stuff, it's not actually deleted. I'm sure like the EU regulations are going to start changing some of this, but yeah, a lot of stuff is like not ever actually deleted. That blew my, that like, if you think Snapchat is like deleting photos, I don't know. Y'all in some trouble. Some of y'all just got. And then the act of deleting something too, right? Like we talked about this, I think at the very first, like how the internet class works. Like when you delete something, like in a lot of computer systems, when you delete something, you're not actually deleting anything. You're just marking that space in memory to be overwritten. So even if it was deleted, that data is like still sitting there until the space gets overwritten with new data, right? Like that's going a little deeper, but like on like phones and stuff, if you ever had people that like were able to recover deleted stuff on off of like hard drives and stuff like that, it's because the space was just marked for to be overwritten, but the content was never actually like deleted. Yeah. Cool. All right. So I think that'd be a really cool extension, right? I think that'd be a really cool, like if you're going to try and like build on top of this, make this app your own. If you want something cool to try deleting it so the user doesn't see things that were deleted, but you keep the data, right? That's cool. Like that'd be fun to try. But do something with this app this weekend, please. Please do something with this app as well. Cool. All right. So we walked through the creating, the reading, updating, and deleting. There was one other interesting thing here. And that other interesting thing was that there's actually a third type of click that we were listening for. And that third type of click was if we were clicking on something that had the completed class, right? So if we're updating these things, right? If we're looking here and like I click on get fancy bread, that changed it to the strikeout. But then I can change it back to the I can change it back to like without the strike through, right? And I can do the incomplete, right? And so those were actually two different clicks. One click was marking it complete. The other click was marking it incomplete. And so what I have is another click event that's listening for like one that's listening for things that are not completed and one that's listening for things that are completed. And they're slightly different requests, right? One's going to mark something complete, which means I have to change something on the database to true. And then mark incomplete is very similar, but when this request makes it to the server is going to mark it as, let's see, false, right? So we can see that mark complete sets it to true and mark incomplete sets it to false. So we actually have two different puts here in this application, one to handle the completing and one to handle the uncompleting. So just in case you were kind of a little confused about what that was, that's just going to help you to see those two different routes. Cool. All right. So if you look at the slides, there's a quite more bit here in the slides that I really recommend that you look through. In the slides, there's a breakdown of each of the key steps. So if you were trying to set up this project, here's some of the steps you might follow if you're going to do it from scratch. Connecting your database, you would kind of just copy and paste this lovely set of code here. And what you'll notice is that in my code, I don't have the Mongo connection string just like chilling in there. So if you look at my code, you can see that I'm using my environment variables. We've done this in a past class and members of the stream team have walked through this as well. And so I'm actually storing my connection, my DB string in my env file, right? So that when I push this to GitHub, my Mongo connection string doesn't get pushed up to GitHub. And I have my MongoDB set so that it only works with my IP address. So even if you did have my connection string, you wouldn't be able to write to this database at the moment, right? Cool. So we do have like me using the env files. And so I'm just going to walk through, I'm just going to show the other slides that are here, and then I'm going to walk through everything. So if you want to use the env files, there's some slides on it. The database with the env file is here. setting up the server stuff is here, creating public files, like all the little steps are here, like piece by piece, should you need them. But let's look through this code base. Yeah. And MindWolf that we linked to has walked through kind of all this step by step, and we've linked to it in the Discord as well. So of course we're using Express. We're setting up apps so that we can use Express. We're using the main way we're going to talk to MongoDB. We're just using this Mongo client. Eventually we might use things like Mongoose to talk to MongoDB. We're setting up our port at 21, right? And I am setting up that I'm going to use my env files, right? I'm going to use my env files. And so the reason why I use env files, like I said, is I don't want to put my connection to my Mongo database on GitHub. Let's say I whitelisted all my IP addresses, then anyone could start making changes to the database. So I put that in my env file, and having this line on line 5 is what enables me to use the env file. Otherwise, what you see here is not something that you would have memorized. You would just copy and paste this. So it's not like something that like you would pull out your brain and be like, oh, I gotta do this. No, this is a Lego brick, right? It's a Lego brick that you want to connect to a database. You grab this Lego brick and you put it at the top of your file. But the best thing is you don't need to even know where to go to get those Lego bricks anymore, because you could just start with this template, right? You could just start with this template and everything is already here for you. The only thing that you would need to do would be to do an npm install, right? Would be to do an npm install and then to have an env file, that lists the MongoDB string. You have those two things. You can just use this template and off to the runs there. Somebody submitted a PR on this actual repo, so I'll approve that walks through step by step how to do all those things. But once you have it, you're connected to your database. We have this lovely variable called DB, which is the actual database that we're connected to. So wherever you see DB inside of your API here, you know you're connected to the actual database. Cool. We're using EJS. This is a lot of stuff we've already covered in the past, so I'm just going to go through it quickly. We're using EJS as our templating language. We have one of my favorite lines of code, which just means that we are using our public folder to hold all of our static files, like our CSS and our JavaScript files. And then we have our lovely code that helps us kind of do what body parser used to do, where we're able to look at the requests that are coming through and pull the data out of those requests. That's how we're able to get the text out of the requests so that we can update our database or delete stuff from our database. Cool. And that's kind of the big stuff here. No other really big glue except for the app.listen. We've talked about in the past how we have this like line here. So it could be using our port, or eventually if you put your stuff on Heroku, you're going to use the environment variables. When we get through MVC next week, the glue changes a little bit. So I'm not going to spend I don't want to spend too much time right now going through all this glue, because it is going to change a little bit next week. And so once we get through MVC next week, we'll spend like a whole class talking about the env files and the connection strings and all that fun stuff, because it does change a little bit. And so I don't want you to stress about this right now. Just copy and paste it for now and know that it'll change a little bit next week, and then we'll go deeper. Yeah. Cool. Questions while we're here. Let's do a Slido real quick. We got some time, so I will not be holding office hours on Sunday, but MindWolf will be doing office hours on Sunday. So let's go ahead and do a little bit of just like mini office hours for me. If you got questions, I got some answers for you. Let me go ahead and just open up a Slido real quick. 1 second. I'm gonna go big while we're here doing this. Um, what is office hours? Office hours is just a time for folks to ask questions. And so normally I do office hours every Sunday. It's probably gonna be like another 1 or 2 Sundays before I'm back doing office hours. I'm probably gonna do like Discord call or something else like that and replacing my office hours for the next 2 weeks. And then once I get through like the next week or two, they'll come back and we'll have our normal office hours. So no need to worry. They will come back eventually. I know a lot of people really get a lot of value out of them and really like them. So we'll do that soon. I was not logged into it. 1 second, folks. I definitely recommend sticking around for the office hours a little bit. A lot of folks asked a lot of really good questions that kind of you would want to know in terms of the cohort. So let's do it. Get a new one here. Class. Cool. All right, so we got a new Slido that is open right now. I'm going to post it into our chat a few times here so you can grab it if you need to. Boom. There we go. All right. So if you got some questions, I will be able to answer them there. Go ahead and bring your questions if you have them. Also take a look at chat. All right. Will office hours be held in 100 Devs agency? We'll eventually leave cat space. We'll come back to Earth, and we'll be doing it in the 100 Devs agency space. We need channel points for Leon to shave his beard. I shaved it. It went down. It's way smaller than it was before. I wasn't taking care of it. EJS is the frustrating part. Can I jump straight to studying React? Templating languages are hugely popular. Indifferent is saying, especially in like Ruby, PHP. Yeah, you definitely want to make sure you understand the basics of templating languages. The thing for me is like there's some things that I have a hard, like I've been doing it for so long. There's sometimes things I really try to like check my like beginner biases, but for me EJS just makes so much sense. It's just HTML that you can plug stuff into, right? And so when you're trying to build really basic stuff, you only need to know how to do like the open and close, and then like the open and close with the equal sign, and then you can do whatever the heck you want. Like to me that just makes a lot of sense. Like templating languages just like they just work, right? You don't have to like learn this whole other tool chain, all this extra stuff. Like you don't have to spend like a month learning something else to just like get text on the screen, right? So for me, like it's one of the hard ones where it's like templating languages just enable you to do stuff pretty quickly. Now I love React, like it helps me do a lot of stuff, like, but when you're just starting out, just get it to work, you know? Hey, never got a chance to say thank you. Your program helped me get a job at Amazon as a software developer engineer. 110K with a 10K sign on. I'm in my second month, came back to support the channel. Hey, Seawalker, I appreciate that. Thank you so much for swinging by. Seawalker, can you send me, I'll grab your name, but send me a DM. Send me a DM on Discord. I would love to talk to you and see how things are going. Congrats, that's huge. Let me grab your name here before I forget it. Yeah, send me a DM. We're gonna need to start like an employee resource group at Amazon, because there's a lot of 100 devs folks there now. we gotta like get you all together to hang out or something. That'd be fun. Quite a few. Leon, are there any productivity apps that you use that you would recommend? Um, I live through my Google Calendar, Notion, and probably Forest if I'm going to use a Pomodoro timer, and that's about it. Um, pen and paper occasionally. I don't really like any other things than that at the moment. I try to like narrow it down to like one place to dump my brain, one place to like actively work, and like one thing to keep me focused. So right now Notion is like my brain dump, pen and paper is like my like active work, and calendar is like what I have to do every day. So my entire day gets put in Google Calendar. If it's not my Google Calendar, I'm not showing up. I'm not going to be there. And so that helps me just like my brain doesn't work unless it's in the Google Calendar. Isn't Notion a paid application? No, you can use Notion for free for like a very, very long time. It's only if you're storing like a lot of really big stuff in there. So don't like store like videos or like images in there. Otherwise it's free. Like I have like a couple of them that I don't pay for, and I have a lot of stuff in them. Some other things too that people use are like Gitbook is becoming pretty popular because you can just like use Markdown inside of it. There are a bunch of other tools. Find a tool that like doesn't make you think, right? I like Notion because I have a lot of templates that just make it so that I can just type and it organizes stuff for me. Yeah. Cool. One is the Office in CSGO opening. I got to get somebody else to work on it. The person that was working on it disappeared, but I'll add that to the weekend's musings because I really want to get it up too. But yeah, I just got to find somebody else to work on it. We have everything working except for the 64 people. Like everything I want it to do, it does. It just doesn't have all 64 on it. Yeah. Is there any free domain hosting? Every once in a while you'll find something, but typically not. Sometimes you can get your first year free, but you can just use like Netlify and like use whatever your project is .netlify.com. I just recommend that in the beginning. Just throw it on Netlify's domain. Do you think we should be able to solve these coding challenges from FANG companies with what we know now? Absolutely not. No, we haven't done data structures and algorithms yet. Also, like FANG really shouldn't be the goal. Like if that's your goal, sure, go for it. But there's so many other amazing companies that'll pay you really well, treat you really well, and you'll have a way easier time getting into than FANG. FANG is because some YouTuber sold you on a dream, which is okay to have those dreams, but you could probably be supporting a really wonderful lifestyle and then work up the FANG. One of my students I was just literally talking to, I'm going to get them on either we're building out the agency site and there's going to be a section for like students. But one of my past students, they took their first offer was 60K. And then the 60K turned into 100K after their 3-month trial period. And then they jumped up to, I think it was 140. It was like a bigger jump than I was expecting. It was 140. And then the company opened a new office in San Francisco, and they asked if they wanted to be one of the first engineers to work out of the SF office. And they say yes, and they got bumped up to 220. And this is in under 3 years. This is like 2.5 years, starting at 60 to 220 at the same company. And so there are tons of companies like that. And they had really great mentorship. Like they got trained really well. They were able to work on really exciting projects. So like there's so much opportunity out there that you don't have to go for these like super hard leak coding your brains out type companies to get the things that you probably want if you're looking at those types of companies. I feel a lack of, this is another question coming from the Slido. I feel lack of inspiration or creativity when thinking of projects or just coding in general. Lost on ideas for the 100 hours project. Any advice? The advice for your 100 hours project is to make something that you wish exists, or something that something that you want, or something that you hate and want to fix, right? So I always say like build something that you want, and Divker, one of our mods, always said, or you can like build something that fixes something that you hate, right? And so one of those two things are going to be the best probably project you could build, because you'll be passionate to build it. If there's like nothing that you are passionate about, right? Like it could be something simple too. Like it could be like you love to play CSGO and you have a really hard time finding other folks that want to play CSGO with you. So you create a site that helps gamers connect, right? Beautiful idea for $100 project, brings your passions into it. You'll probably sink 100 hours into it. Some people think it has to be like these really big, grand ideas. It just doesn't have to be. It's up to you what you want it to be. If you really, really are stuck and you really have no idea what you want to build, just build something that you think a lot of companies might hire for. Build a e-commerce experience. So many e-commerce companies are hiring, so build something that's like an e-commerce shopping cart type experience, right? So if you really can't come up with an idea, something that you love or something that you hate, build something that a lot of companies would find useful. And also when we start applying, when we get into the hunt, you're going to be building like a lot of mini projects for those companies. Like we're going to have 60 companies that we network our way into. Our top 10, you're going to build simple node apps for those companies. So if you are applying to Shopify, you're going to build a simple music player. Spotify, if you're applying to Shopify, you'd build a simple shopping cart. If you were applying to Atlassian, you'd build a bug tracker like Jira, right? Like we're going to build a lot of mini projects for the top tier companies we want to work at. Or not top tier, but the companies that we want to work at the most. Will you be posting the answers to Banky? Someone actually started a GitHub repo with all the questions and is crowdsourcing the answers. So Curtis Bernard is the person. Curtis did it. So you can just look at my Twitter feed, and I retweeted it. I will link to it in Discord next week. I actually don't want to link to it. It's a catch-22. I love that people are doing it. I still think you should write your own answers. So if you're not going to write your own answers, you don't have the time, that's okay. Look at my Twitter. But I still think you're going to get the most value out of writing your own answers. It just does something different in your brain that actually helps you remember in your own words so that you interview better. But if you don't have the time, just look at my Twitter and you'll be able to find it. Can we do Pokemon cards soon? When we do office hours, I'll do the next batch. And I have somebody helping me now with kind of like admin stuff. The agency is going to make technically we just made our first hire because there's a lot of little admin stuff that I just legitimately, I keep getting backlogged on. And so I'm going to have somebody helping me with all of like a lot of these like smaller stuff in the background. Yeah. So we should see a lot of that stuff go out soon. How do I make my projects look pretty? Use templates. What's the best way to make or place to find good UI? Templates. On top of templates, you can use any UI stuff. Bootstrap on like the old schooler way, Tailwind, anything that you think could just help with your UI material, whatever you want. When we get to React, you'll open up a few more UI things that could be helpful. But in the beginning, just use a plain old HTML, CSS template. Yeah. Or a really good UI library like Indifferent is saying. Yeah. Mm-hmm. What's your favorite Pokemon ever? Bulbasaur. I want to incorporate scrape data from other sites into a project. Do you recommend any libraries like Axios? Yeah, I mean, Axios is amazing. We'll use it towards the end of program. Depends on how you're scraping data. Beautiful Soup, stuff like that can help with scraping. It depends on what you're trying to do. Can you tell us more about the 100 Devs agency? Yeah, as we get a little bit further along, the idea is that I want to have an agency that helps support the program in two ways. One, I eventually would like people to be able to be paid for working on code. Like, I think it's great that so many folks want to give up their nights and weekends for free. But if there was a way to get paid while you learned, I think that's the ultimate equitable way for folks to learn. The cool thing about RC is that we raise money. We raise money as a nonprofit to pay our students. And there's a lot of upsides and downsides to it. I would love if there was a for-profit entity of 100 devs that helped with stipends for folks that need it and also gave real world experience to developers that just completed the program. I think a lot of boot camps are really good at like 0 to learning how to code. I don't think a lot of folks have really cracked like, I've been coding for a year, how do I become like a senior developer? And I think that could be the agency pathway. I think like once you've graduated boot camp, you could be in an agency surrounded by some really amazing developers. Indifference, that are you looking for hires? Yes. So you'd be surrounded by really good developers like Indifferent that help you really grow as an engineer and takes you from that, I know what I'm doing, to becoming a really good senior developer. And then the money that's coming in could help fund the bootcamp experience for folks that need it. Also, it's pretty expensive to run all this stuff, like really expensive. And so there needs to be some way to do it sustainably. And I don't like taking money from students. So I'm never going to take money from students to help like run stuff. And so the agency, I think, is a little bit more of a sustainable way to do the things that I want to do and make sure that I'm just not eating significant costs. Yeah. Yep. Cool. Let's see. What is all the job verification stuff that you've been mentioning recently? Yeah, so when you apply to jobs, you need to like verify what you've been doing. And so all of you are part of an agency that has a training program. You are all in the training program. And when you start applying to jobs, some jobs are going to ask, hey, can someone verify that you were in this training program? And so a lot of my time right now is verifying that yes, they were in the program, and then probably hopping on a call and talking about the things that they were able to build, learn, and do. And so last cohort, that was pretty easy. It was a couple hundred people, right? So I can make that work. But now we're looking at a couple thousand, especially with the catch-up crew coming behind. And so that's the reason why I needed to bring on a hire, because managing thousands of requests coming in, verifying that everyone has been part of the program and like responding in a timely manner just won't happen. So Bilal and I are working on a really good process for that, so that when you do need those references or you do need those verifications, there's a system that you can follow for it. And then on the back end, we're gonna have somebody that's helping me to like set up my calendar and make sure all that stuff's happening and going through it. Yeah. Yep. And a lot of people are saying like, Leon, I'd volunteer to do it. I love that people want to volunteer. There's so many other things I'm going to ask you to volunteer for, but something that important like that should be equitably hired, right? Like people should be getting paid for that. Yeah. Atlas Pug said, what's the best way for us to volunteer at a time? We want to help 100 devs in different hit it out of the park. Yep. Answer questions in the Discord. So many folks come and say they want to help. That's the best way to help. Jump on Discord, answer people's questions when they get stuck, jump in voice channels to help people when they're stuck. Sometimes that's not sexy enough for folks, but that's what we need. That's the thing that could help the most. A potential employer asked me how many years of experience I have. What would you say to them if I only touched code for the first time at the beginning of this cohort? So it depends. What if you really have never coded anything? Then you could say 1 year. You would never just say I only have 1 year. What you would say is I've been involved in technology for a number of years. First doing X, Y, and Z. But way back in the day, I started off with MySpace. I would always customize my MySpace page. I customized my Neopet page. So I've been writing code since I was little. But I've been taking it very, very seriously since the pandemic. I wanted to switch careers. I wanted to switch my focus into web development. And so I really went deep into building really robust applications. I went really deep into building applications I thought would help other people. Here are the projects that I've built. Here are the clients I've worked with. So you would never actually just say 1 year, because then you get dismissed. But you say, oh no, I've been in technology for this long. You highlight the things that you've done. A lot of folks have gotten clients. A lot of folks, if you did the homework, I asked you to build something that helps others. Well, guess what? You can bring that up in interviews, right? And so if you did all the things that we've been asking you to do, once we get to the hunt, we spend a lot of time on how to talk about your experience. That's like the biggest part of the hunt, is like actually talking in a way that gets you past the gatekeepers and to the folks that are going to actually care about your code quality. Yeah. Will there be a next cohort? Who knows? We might get so busy with the agency, but there's always the catch-up crew. You can always join right now, get the support you need, work through the classes, and get up to joining us live. Hey, Jason Carr, that's amazing. Congrats. All right, let's keep pushing. For the homework with the PR, I had trouble linking my repo with the 100 devs repo. Can you go over how to link it? Just fork my code and make your changes. That's it. If you're having trouble with that, I've actually linked on Discord in the follow along materials channel, members of the stream team doing exactly that step by step. In dire need of work by the end of August, unhoused soon. Recruiters are all over me. Many from agencies that provide 1099 contracts. Should I hold out? Hell no. If you need to work, especially 1099. That's not you're not committing to long-term work. Get the 1099, get paid, and when you find a better position or a more long-term position, take it. Yeah, don't ever turn down 1099 work, especially if you need monies. Also, I'm not one of these, like, I have no loyalty to companies. I don't give a fuck at the end of the day. They don't care about me. I don't care about them. And I'm there to make money. I'm not there because I like them. I'm not there because I love what they do. I'm there because they pay me money and I show up to do the thing that I'm there to do. And the moment somebody else wants to pay me more for the same thing I'm doing, deuces. Because when the pandemic hit or when the layoffs happened recently, they didn't give a fuck about us. So nah. Nope. I'm there to get mine. And everyone understands that. They just don't want to hear it. So when you're interviewing, you never say any of this stuff. You never say any of this stuff when you're interviewing. It's all about how passionate you are, how much it aligns with your values, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Nah, but everybody knows what's up. We just can't say it. Get the bag. Is there a way to look at a website's server-side code using dev tools? No. Some servers will expose APIs, or you can look at their API documentation. But a lot of time you don't want to expose what's happening on your server, because that could lead to some really bad security stuff. Yeah. So a lot of times they'll expose certain API endpoints that you can use, but anything else is typically not available for you to see. You can see different stacks and technologies they're using sometimes based off of how they respond to stuff. Yeah. How long are your coffee chats? I believe right now they're set to 15 minutes. Normally I do 10 to 15 minute coffee chats. I must not have phrased it right. I have a repo with a project. How do I submit my repo to yours? I forked it. You got to submit a pull request. Yep, submit a pull request. Oh, yeah. And difference that so much so that some APIs will remove info headers to prevent letting you know the framework they're using. Ooh. Is there a way to download an entire website like on GitHub to study? You can download like the full client side code for a lot of sites, but you won't be able to download like backends unless they have it on GitHub or something like that already. Can you go through the end part of update and delete? You went through fast. What happens once the client side hears the request? How does it update the EJS? So once the change has been made on the database, we send the response back to the client telling it to refresh the page. When it refreshes the page, that makes a new request to the server where it gets all the data out of the database, plugs that into the EJS, and then that EJS spits out HTML that is sent back to the client. So if you missed that part on Tuesday, you definitely want to go back and watch Tuesday's class and look at our GET requests, because the GET requests are how we get data out of the database, plug it into the EJS, EJS spits out HTML, and then we respond with that HTML. Highland, do you have any offer negotiation tips in your previous cohort? Yeah, we had a whole class on negotiation, like legitimately a whole class on negotiation. Here's the big heavy hitters about negotiating an offer. When you get an offer, you should say, thank you so much for this offer. This company is the company I want to work at. I'm so excited to join the company. I want to be here for the long haul. So that means that this decision affects me and my family for the next 5 years. Like, this is where I want to be. This is where I want to grow. I'm over the moon. Can you give me the week to talk through with my family, my loved ones, and I will get back to you on Friday, just making sure I could read through all the details and really know what the next 5 years of my life are going to look like. I'm super excited to join your company. They say yes. You immediately follow up with an email saying super excited. Really looking forward to talking to you on Friday at 8 a.m. I'll send you a note leading up to it or a calendar invite. That gives you some time to think about the offer. And when you get an offer, the only thing you want them to think about is how excited you are to join the company, but also knowing that it's a big decision for you. Because if it wasn't a big decision, then maybe you don't really want to work there. So emphasizing it's a big decision for you that affects your family, but you want them at the end of the day to be believing 100% that you're joining that company. Like you need to get that across, that like you're super excited. You love the offer. This is where you want to be. You want to hammer that in. So that's what they're thinking about. Then when you go back and you say, hey, I'm super excited to join this company, right? I had a chat with my loved ones. We're super excited. Like, I'm all on board to join this company. However, the starting salary is a little lower than what I'm seeing in the market. Is there any wiggle room on the starting salary? And that's it. That's all you say, right? Is there any wiggle room on the starting salary? You don't make any demands. You don't give a price. You just say wiggle room. And the reason why you say wiggle room is because if they really don't have any wiggle room, they'll say, no, I'm sorry, we gave you our best offer. And then you get to make a decision as to whether or not that's the price for you. It's a phrasing that doesn't make people scared that you don't want to work there, right? And then it gives them the ability to say, actually, we don't have any wiggle room. And then they say no, or they say, actually, we do have some wiggle room. How about X, right? And then they'll give you the counter, and then you could take that if you want. If you have multiple offers, you can say, I really want to join this company. This is the company I want to be at. However, I have an offer from another company that is higher than the offer that you have made to me. is there any way that you can get me close to X? And X is like 20K more than what they offered you, right? Is there any way you can get me close to this other number? And the phrasing of, is there any way you can get me close to that number, is really important, because it gives them the freedom to say, you know what, we couldn't get you all the way there, but we can get you here without triggering that reflex in their brain that says, oh, they don't want to work here. No. Is there any way you can get me close? This is the company I want to work at. Can you get me close to this other number that I'm seeing right now? Right. And so if you use these very specific phrasings, the world is yours. You will get better offers, you will get better counters, and we have whole classes just on this stuff. I've been doing this for 10 years. I know how to have these conversations. I know how to help folks negotiate better offers. And so if you're excited about this type of stuff, boy, do we have some classes coming up for you. When we get into authentication, will each user have their own database or collection? No, we will have a users collection with all of our users in it. And then we tie users to other data and other collections based off of their IDs. How much does hiring slow down after the first year? How much does hiring slow down after the first year? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Like after your first year on the job, like how often do you jump? A lot of folks will jump every 2 years in the beginning, 2 to 3, depending on if you really like your company, because it's just often easier to get more money by jumping. Oh, you mean like at the end of the year? Like, so there's like a gap. Like December, very few offers go out in December. Yeah, very few offers go out in December, and then it picks up around like middle January, where like they kind of make up lost time. Yeah. Yeah, it's very rare to see, like, that's why it's Hunttober. Like Hunttober is really important, because like that's where a lot of the last kind of offers of the year start being formulated into November, and then December everyone's on holiday. Yeah, so it's hard in December. We've had cohorts of RC that graduate in December and did okay, but it's definitely like that's kind of a hard month. How do you phrase your expertise to convince an interviewer that you have the same experience as a 2-year candidate? I mean, the years don't matter. Nobody really cares about the number of years. If a company really cares about the number of years, they're shooting themselves in the foot. They're not going to get good candidates. What they're using is years as a proxy for how much you might know, right? So if you can show them that you have paid clients, you can show them that you volunteered for nonprofits, if you can show them that you have built stuff that helps others, if you can show them that you've built a 100 hours project, if you can show them the agency projects that we work on at the end of cohort, if you can show them all the little things that you've built, you have a really good GitHub, you have a really good LinkedIn, a good resume, a good portfolio, you have all these things that you can just go boop. Like, I don't have to tell you, I can show you everything that I'm able to do. That's how you do it. And then the actual interview process is how we beat out people. You can give me all day long people that have more experience but don't know how to interview, and I will run circles around them, because knowing how to interview is a whole skill in of itself. And if you know how to interview and you know how to do it well, you will constantly beat folks that have way more experience than you. And so that's why we spend a big portion of the end of program on like how to interview, how to network your way into positions, and how to stand out in the job search. Is end of program timeline being extended since we had a long break? Yeah, a little bit. We're like a month over. So a month over where I want it to be, because I'm going to make up some time. We're going to chop some stuff that I did last cohort that we're going to do this cohort, because it was more like sponsored stuff. So I'm chopping out some of the sponsored stuff to make up the time. So we're kind of like a month off by the end. But we're at class 45 of around 60. Yeah. Mm-hmm. the agencies might be live very soon. We have it on staging. We just got to push it. Code Wars is really helpful for me to learn JavaScript syntax. Are there similar ways to learn EJS Express? Building and breaking the code that I just shared with you. So the code I just shared with you tonight, build it, break it, play with it. You can add those pieces to your Anki deck. At this point, you need to be building. That's where you're going to learn the most. Build, break, troubleshoot errors, get lost in it. Like that's how you learn backend, similar to how you would do like Code Wars S stuff. Eventually it should be project based more going forward. Cool. All right, let's see. We're almost at our time right now, so let's go ahead and do a raid. Let's go get those sweet channel points. Ooh, Juicebox Hero is on. So let's go ahead and raid Juicebox Hero.